小 hero， 谁还记得？
姐姐，恭喜这胜4比3，飞龙在天。
哎，算了，恭喜他夺冠吧。
一把，我靠！
打不过啊，他最后这手感染虫太凶了。最近半年 ，ZVP 56-3给自己点一个赞。 冠军。
I don't think Cyril has any chance to save this one, but he continues.
It gets killed coming back, and Bunny just doesn't seem to have the numbers.
Didn't even notice the Liberator in the main base, I think. So many probes are going down right now.
Oh my god, they're trying to get back, but they can't, and so many are picked up.
A big clump here from Kira. He tries to split everything up.
Giant force of Failings rolling in and clearing the hell. That's massive.
Clump! Hero is once again. Has done it.
Cyril did it all, and he is a well-deserving champion.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another day, another edition of the Master Coliseum 8 Group D, day number 2 broadcast. Welcome to the Dragon Ball Z Tenkaichi Budokai Babi, as I'm of course Shosai VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in the chat, by plushies as well. Welcome one and all to the second day of Group D. Last night, of course, we had a wild and very short broadcast. I will emphasize 3 best of 3s. We had the first half of the broadcast yesterday. We have the second half today. Let's go. The second half of the group, I should say. I should emphasize as we have 3 matches ahead of us. Up first, we have Clem versus Spirit, followed by Xian versus Spirit, and Oliveira versus Xian. As things stand, I believe Clem is securely through out of the group, and I believe Oliveira is securely not through out of the group, and it comes down to Spirit and Xian. Based on their performances here tonight, Spirit and Xian, they're fighting for second spot, for second place, for a chance to make it into the playoffs. We have 4 players, 2 make it through, 2 will not. Oh boy. Here we go. So again, a lot is going to be on the line here for Spirits. Meanwhile, I know that it says TVT, but we have gone through this many a time. But over the past over a month at this point, Clem, he has been avoiding TVTs. He's been specifically playing Protoss instead of Terran and winning with Protoss as well. Bear that in mind. So he has been race switching to Protoss instead to avoid the TVT matchup. I would imagine that's going to be the case here as well. We'll see. We'll see if that's the case. We'll see how Spirit can compare to the Protoss of Clem. And again, as we've emphasized before, Clem's Protoss, I think he has beaten every Terran player in the world except for Maru, because they've never played, and Gumiho, as Gumiho did take down Clem in Home Story Cup and was our Home Story Cup champion as a result. So there are definitely some players that have been able to stump at Clem's Protoss, but not many. Not many. Again, there's an argument to be made that Clem has the best PvT in the world. Is an argument though. I would say that we haven't seen enough games. Like, we have seen a lot of Clem, don't get me wrong. We've seen him against Kyor, against Bjorn, against Oliveira, and soon to be against Spirit. But alas, still, I feel like we're still lacking some of that, some of those data points, you know, some extra matches, extra games to see how exactly he does play things out, how he compares to everyone else. Oh boy. But here we go. Here we go. We're getting ready here for that first best of 3. And you can see the history between these 2 players. Recently, Spirit and Clem did go to the Ace match, but it looks like that wasn't a TVT format, and that was back in August of this year. And again, that was back when Clem was playing Terran instead of Protoss. So we'll see. Let's go, man. Let's go. Just catching up with the chat. Shema, Papi Shema, good to see you all as well. I see Cyclones in the chat. I see Soundo as well. Lajos as well. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos. Bienvenidos. Shema. Good to see you all. When it comes to the predictions, they'll be open once we get into our first game. Looks like we do need some time, though, to set up the webcams here. As a reminder, player cams are going to be set up, and we're going to be able to see our players' lovely, beautiful expressions as we get into our games. And Clem has recently been rocking a beautiful main. Oh, there it is! Ah, the main is there, baby. Let's go. We have our players. The vetoes are done. It looks like game 1 is going to be on Frostline, game 2 on Amygdala, and game 3 is going to be on Ley Lines. Oh boy. Here we go, checking out the vetoes, and for the time being, we have our Terran race logos for the time being. Some of the larger maps are vetoed from Spirit, did veto Abyssal, did veto King's Cove. Whispers of Gold is one of the smallest map of the actual, so some of the more extreme maps have been vetoed. Likewise from Clem as well, nothing too crazy, nothing too wild. Ultra Love makes sense, especially if we are planning to play a TBT. Okay, Clem, I see you. Are we turning it up at number 1? And are we getting into a TBT? We're not, of course not. That's our right-hand corner. We have Spirits, and in the bottom left, we have the French Protoss player. It is a Clem. For a moment, I was believing for a moment. I was like, yo, is the production team setting us up? Like, they've got the Terran logo. Are we crazy enough to play a TBT? No. We are saying here we are going to be playing the main race Protoss instead. If you're in the chat, you know what time it is. Prediction time. And Gamba is open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck in the chat. Best of luck. Again, Clem, his PVT is better than his TVT. So straight up, Clem has been looking terrifying as Protoss. And as I mentioned before, Clem has been having a very strong win streak in PVT as well. Very few Terran players have been able to stop him. We'll see if Spirit is one of them. We shall see. For now, we do have our initial SCV scouts. Spirit moving out, trying to get a read on what Clem is up to. And is going for the eBay block here at the natural, trying to disrupt the opener of Clem. Okay, you have my attention. Here we go. As we are setting up, likewise across the map, we do see a Spirit going for an economic opener. Well, I say economic. Elasticity is going to be delayed in favor of this eBay, so should be going for a factory before command center. We'll see how that cancel is lined up and what Spirit can afford. Ooh, meanwhile, Clem forces like the unnatural natural. You rarely see that nowadays. Let's go. There we go. Command center on location for Spirit. Clem forced to expand over at the third base location instead. Now, what I will say is that in the past, this used to be a death sentence. You know, back in the day, when I say that, I'm referring to like 6 months ago at the start of the year. At the start of the year, going for the unnatural natural would get you killed, but that was with the previous Cyclone, with the Cyclone that could be reactored out with a reactor on the factory, for example, where you could just wreak havoc early on. Nowadays, we do have a very different Cyclone we're working with, and nowadays you need the Tech Lab instead. So punishing this base and punishing a defending Protoss player is a little bit more difficult, isn't as easy as it once was. So it is more viable now in the current meta, in the current patch, to go for the unnatural natural. It is still awkward, don't get me wrong. It is still awkward to defend these two locations. It can still be quite vulnerable. You can still be abused, especially on Frostline, but not as much as previously. Meanwhile, we have a take of choice. It is going to be a Twilight Council opener out of Clem, Twilight Council into Blink. Meanwhile, Spirit back at home, setting up his own bunker to protect his own natural base. Now, instead of stepping forward, will zone away the Adept, and we'll get quite a lot of damage. Oh my god, takes the Adept down. Very nice pickoff. Very nice pickoff. That should not have happened. So Clem, Spirit starts off with a little win. Second Adept has arrived, but one Adept is that much less threatening than two Adepts. With that, can try to threaten the mineral line, but for the most part, Spirit should be fine. Should be able to hold his own. Behind the squeezing out more Marines. Third TC is on the way. Very greedy setup here at a Spirit. Rushing into his third TC before Starport. This is one of the greediest follow-ups you can go for here from the side of the Terran. So we'll see if Clem can recognize and punish what's going on. Now, we have seen Clem be very aggressive with Blink Stalkers. He is setting up extra gateways. Blink is on the horizon here, and if Clem does open up 4-gate Blink, then he will have the opportunity to punish and potentially snowball out of control against Spirit. So we'll see if Clem can punish. We'll see how aggressive Clem is going to be. If he isn't, then Spirit, he's going to get away with quite an insane and intense mid-game. As Clem is still setting up. Waiting for his own upgrades to settle in, likewise production as well. Robo's on the way, but I believe we're still in a 2-gate setup, one in the main and one at the natural. Yeah, just warping in. Oh, sorry, my apologies. That's a third gateway on the way, so it's going to be 3-gate Blink. Very safe opener here out of Clem. Now, 3-gate Blink is very middle of the road. It does allow the Protoss player to be active, to be aggressive. Not as much as 4-gate though. And again, it's going to be on Spirit to minimize losses and to maintain himself. See Spirit looking for a way in. It does have a Hellion here on the right hand side at the triangular third location, and does threaten a dive. Stalkers are ready. Hellion goes down. No scout. Nice cleanup here out of Clem. And here he does move out. Ooh, that's going to be a second bunker here on the natural. The one tank in the main is looking a little bit exposed, but for the most part, the natural base looking very secure. And Clem, he doesn't really know what he's blinking into. There's two tanks. Two tanks in the main. Tank will either be going off. Nice control here. The Stalkers, they take a lot of hits, but the add-on is going to be denied. Clem, very meticulous control, doesn't lose a single Stalker. Very nicely done. Will delay Stim as a result, but hasn't done any major damage yet. Still poking in. No tanks on the low ground. And he's going for the bunker. It does go for the dive. Takes down the sensor tower. Okay. Sensor tower goes down. Once again, nice control. Saves the Stalkers. Adepts they shade into the mineral line. They get 2 SCVs. But Spirit is secure. And Spirit, he gets away with a 3rd CC. So far, I would say a better opener here by Spirit. A better start. The pressure is still on Clem. And he will get a couple of SCVs. Does get 1 extra worker. Ooh, 2 extra workers. 4 in total. Not bad. 2 extra probes do go down. We're bringing in an extra wave of Stalkers. Going for the dive. Still no bunker. That's right. The tank is going to be focused down. Yeah, just the 1 tank. Tank does fall. Boys are being pulled. Oh, God. And the worker count here, it's being thinned down. 9 more SCVs going down. And remember, Stim is not done. And Clemmy is successfully pulling Spirit apart. Upgrade still halfway done. Tank does reposition. From here, Clemmy can rotate into the main. And again, that 1 tank in the main base is looking very exposed. Could even go for the add-on. He has options. He's going for the add-on. Going for Stim. He gambles well. Stim is denied. Massive pickup. Again, it was a 50-50 shot there. Either Stim or Combat Shields was being researched to get Stim. So again, gambled very well. I mean, it was a gamble. It was just 50-50. Clem back at him, getting his 3rd base up and rushing, working towards Colossus production. The Bio Army is significantly less threatening. Again, these are vanilla Marines. And just the 1 tank. Clem, he just keeps picking a Spirit apart. Spirit now landing his own 3rd. I believe charge is done. Colossus production has begun for Clem. So far doing very well here when it comes to harassing, when it comes to breaking in. There is a turret in the main. And the Prism, it looks like it's going to go down. Does unload, 3 Zealots in time, but only 3 Zealots. At the same time, Clem diving in between the bases, catching out some of the bio. And he's pushing in towards the tank. Yeah, tank is going to go down. Again, he's pulling Spirit apart. Takes out the Bio Army. Reinforcements are coming in, but that's 16 SCV kills. Oh my god. This is far too much. Yeah, far too many losses here. Stim is still not done, by the way. Like, imagine these fights with Stim and Spirit. He would have held beautifully. Forced to go for a counterattack. You can see Clem still rallying across the map. He will always have a recall if need be. But Clem, he wants to go for the kill. Again, Spirit, he's barely holding on. As he lost so much supply in that previous fight. Clem, he could actually dive into the 3rd, but no, he turns back around. He spots the Doom Drop. Looking to deny the 4th. Clem, he responds in time. At that same time, we have a double jump head towards the 3rd. And Clem, he doesn't waste a recall. Doesn't waste it. Stalkers already in position. They take down half full medevac. Double jump towards the 3rd. At the same time, Zealots, they wreak havoc at the 3rd base of Spirit. 7 SCVs go down. 8 SCVs even. And Clem, he holds. Does hold on. Shuts down the drop. Medevac goes down. He defends, and he gets damage done across the map as well. Now, Spirit, he's at least forcing Clem back home with this drop play. He's at least buying himself some time and getting a bit of breathing room to build up. But he needs more than that. Does need more than that here. Dark Shrine is done. Anytime Dark Shrine, but not even behind. You can just send it. As DTs they waddle across the map. They make their way towards the bases. Senshower going to be going down as well. Spirit is being forced back. And this is getting a bit out of hand. There's the scan. Only 4 SCVs. But Spirit is forced back home and Clemmy moves out. Running into a wall of Marauders though. That's not going to be an easy fight for Clem. Yeah, Clem overextending because Stalker's going to be going down. The 3 Colossus, they do rock up. 1 Colossus goes down. 1, soon to be 2 Colossi, but GG gets called. There's just far too much Spirit. He plummets in supply. And Clem, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Very impressive play there out of Clem. Again, he was just pulling Spirit apart left and right with his blink control. I should emphasize, if you remember, that Spirit was vulnerable to the Blink Stalkers because of his build. If you remember, Spirit, he went for a 3rd CC before Starport. Spirit, he was delaying his own add-ons, delaying his own tank production in favor of that CC. So he was cutting corners to be greedy. Alas, he was punished for it. Clem, he was just picking him apart, picking up tanks, picking up add-ons, more importantly. Twice he was able to deny and delay Stim. Massive moves, and because Stim was so late, it meant that Clem could abuse Spirit even further with those charge run-bys, with the main attacks at the 3rd base as well. The bio army for Spirit was lacking quite heavily. Was lacking in the end, and with that, Clem takes a lead. Does take lead in the series, and we'll see if Spirit can bounce back, or if it all ends here and now. Now again, Clem, he's already confirmed through the group, like he's already won all of his matches, and that's all he's needed so far. So Clem, if he does take the series, is just going to be securing himself. But this, I mean, that's why this series matters that much more for Spirit. Like Spirit, he's still in contention of making it out of the groups. He needs better scores. He needs some wins under his belt to make it through into the playoffs. So the pressure is on. And in the top right-hand corner, we have Spirit, the Polish Terran. In the bottom left, we have the French Protoss. It is Clem. Here we go. So we are going to be settling in. Whew. And again, as a reminder, last game, Spirit did open up with an eBay block, which didn't really come into play too much. It did force an unnatural natural out of Clem, but we didn't really see much aggression. Again, Spirit, he couldn't really punish the setup there of Clem. Made the opener a little bit more awkward for the Protoss, but there wasn't really anything to capitalize on that. Here we go. Do have our initial probe scouts. Likewise, Spirit should be going for a Rax expand. You can see Spirit, he only has 1 gas geyser, so it should be Rax into the command center on the low ground. And we'll see where we go from here. Amygdala is one of the larger maps in the map pool, longer rushes to spike ground. If we did want to enter the mid game in a more greedy fashion, then I would favor it on this map compared to Frostline. Frostline, the 3rd base is more exposed, is more vulnerable, can be more difficult to defend. Here on the Amygdala, less so. Or easier to defend, I should emphasize. As there it is, the command center does get placed. There's that factory on the horizon here for Spirit. And from here, Spirit, he's just going to be settling into his own 1-1-1. We could see a Widowmine drop opener. We could see a little bit more of a commitment into Hellions once again. Spirit, he does have options. We'll see if he goes for another fast 3rd CC. I wouldn't be opposed to it here on Amygdala. Wouldn't be opposed to it, but again, we'll keep an eye on the Terran. Likewise, Clem, he has been playing quite a lot of Twilight Council-based play, and there it is. Twilight Council is going to be thrown down once again, working towards Blink. Last game, it was 3-gate Blink, and Clem was very successful with his 3-gate Blink aggression. And there's no reason not to go for the same build. from the side of the Protoss. Meanwhile, we do have the starport on the way before the third TC. So this time less greedy here out of Spirit. First adept gets across the map. Will delay the command center. Already a nice start for Clem. Ooh, that's a kill on the SCV as well. Here's a snipe on the worker. Worker has to come down. Second adept has arrived. Clem, he wants that Hellion. He wants it. Up. And he's going to get it as well. The Hellion goes down. From here, Clem, he just backs the hell up. Nice pickup. In once again. And there we go. 2 gates are on the way, so that's going to be a 3-gate blink setup for Clem. 2 games in a row. So 3 gate blink stalkers. With this, once again, Clem is going to be the aggressor. He's going to be containing Spirit on 2 bases, and he's going to be threatening dives into the main or into the natural. Ooh, meanwhile, early drop at a Spirit. Ooh, it goes unscouted. But as the drop moves out, that means that we're vulnerable back at home. Oh no, Spirit! He has 2 Marines. He has 2 Marines to defend. I mean, thankfully, the depths are low. But damage is being done. Marines are going down. There we go. Does take down 1 adept. Thankfully, that could have been so much worse if the adept had survived. Drop into the main. Clem, he's aware that the army is missing, and he's in position. He's ready for this. As the Widowmine shot, if Widowmine is unburrowed, I'll pick up here out of Spirit, going for the pylon. Oh, can he get it? He can. Oh my god, we go for the dive. 1 stalker goes down. 2 stalkers go down, and a pylon as well. Can he get a 3rd? Oh, not quite. But very nice trades here by Spirit. This will delay the counterattack. Getting 2 probes, depowering the gateways, denying warp-ins. So very nicely done. And again, thankfully, he didn't lose too much across the map. It was so important there that Spirit was able to kill 1 of the adepts ahead of time. Otherwise, he would have lost more ACVs. Now, here comes the counterattack. Now, once again, we have 2 bunkers on the low ground. 2 bunkers at the natural. 1 tank in the main. Sorry, 2 tanks in the main. And this Stalker count is lacking. It is lacking. We can see Clem going behind the mineral line. He's going to be avoiding the bunkers at least. Gets to SCVs. Denies mining time. But again, he is hoping for more. Warps it an extra wave. Going for the bunker. Bunker does go down. Once again, very nice pickup micro here out of Clem. Did take some tank shots to the face, but didn't really lose many stalkers. Nice rotating into the main. He wants the add-on. He's going to get it. He denies him. Oh no! Does he? It's close. Oh my god, so close. It survives. 1 shot away from going down. Whew. And still, again, that was like a sub 10 HP tech lab. Ay ay ay. Meanwhile, Raven goes down, takes down 3 probes. Stim is getting up and running, and this time a much more secure defense out of Spirit. He's got his 2 tanks. He's got his tank line. Sorry, he's got his 2 bunkers, I'm going to say. He's got his tank line. He has Stim. Looking good. Looking better, I should say. Stalker drop into the main. Threatening SCVs. Stim is more than halfway done. And remember, once Stim finishes, then Spirit can finally break out. And then he can be active. And 13 back in. Gets eyes on the setup. Bay is on the way for Colossus production, but so far this opener, this aggression out of Clem has not been as successful as it needed to be. And the eventual move out is going to be terrifying. Again, last game, Clem never even had to worry about Stim. The game ended before it really came into play. This time, different story. Better back moving out. Is gonna get caught out though. Thankfully, Spirit does save it. Spirit taking a third base. Observer has eyes on any kind of move out. Does have eyes on the main army. So Clem, he knows he's safe. As he is safe and sound. Rotating back in. He's poking in, picking away at the bio. Still no major tank move out yet. We're just waiting for that moment for Spirit to really pull the trigger. He has yet to do so. He has yet to commit. Up. Clem is picking up some Widow Mines and getting a fourth base. Colossus production well underway. But Spirit is looking secure. Like, no major economic losses. Not yet. And just like the previous game, Clem is taking the same direction into Double Forge. We have the Dark Shrine on the way for DTs. With that Dark Templar harass. Unlike on Frostline, here Spirit, he's much more secure on 4 bases. It's gold base, it's on the high ground. I mean, yes, it can be abused from the other side of the gold, and it's going to be on Clem to make sure he maintains map control. Otherwise, the gold base is going to snowball out of control. Spirit will snowball out of control. So Clem, he needs to be active. Meanwhile, Spirit, he's hoping to force a recall. Has a drop ready for the natural. Spirit taking the expansion. Clem, he does notice. Viking production is underway for Spirit. Oh, oof. Clem, he has to respect those tanks. There we go. Buy a drop in towards the natural, but there's else to defend. Clem, he rotates. Scary movement with some of those Colossi, but it's fine. And very nice positioning here out of Spirit. Does focus on 6 probes, 8 probes, oh my god! He targets down as many workers as he can. Likewise, Spirit, he does catch out the Zealot run by. And Clem, he does not break in. You can see Spirit taking a supply lead. Spirit, he defends well. Hits the economy, takes an economic lead, plus the gold base as well. Spirit, he is ahead. And Spirit is moving out, and Clem, he's in trouble. He was not able to deny the gold. Disruptors are on the way. That is a way for Clem to stabilize. He can use those disruptors, he can use those purification novas. EP goes off, the Colossus are exposed. And one Colossus goes down. The other 2 very low. Clem does snipe all of those Vikings. The first disruptor has arrived. Just in time, the disruptors are here. Clem, he's holding on. Going for his own counterattack. Let's go. DT drop and Zealot drop into the mineral line. And the turret is going to go down. Forcing out a scan, warping into the main. And this is giving Clem breathing room. Again, Clem, he needed time to rebuild his disruptors, his Colossi. Getting a handful of SCVs, nothing major. 6 SCVs going down. War Prism does fall. Clem moves out with his Gateway army, with his main army even. Does hit the third. He's got 3 Novas. He has to make them count. First one goes up. He has 2 left. Again, Spirit, he's taking a 5th base. The saturation is solid. And he's going for a base trade. Let's go. Spirit, he avoids the main army, sends everything across the map instead. And we come into the base trade. Nice EMP, denies the recall. And Clem, he has to commit. Ooh, it looks like he wants to come back home. And Clem is getting ready for a recall. The army avoids the fourth, goes straight for the third. Clem, he does recall back home. But can he hold? Disruptors are going down. That's a lot of ghosts. Whilst they're exposed, taking a lot of hits. Also taking a lot of damage. Nova goes off. Ooh. Connects with all of the tanks. Is there another Nova? Not quite. Yeah, Spirit, you can keep pushing. Takes down the final Colossus. And again, the Novas, they were lackluster. 2 more Disruptors coming in. Again, they're just buying time. Up. Oh my god. 2 clip the army. Another Nova doesn't quite connect. Nice target firing here out of Spirit. Takes down the Disruptor. And takes down the base. He drew down the fourth, now taking down the third. 2 bases going down. The third base is exposed as well. Bottom right, I mean. Oh my god, the Nova connects. Just barely in time. Clemmy's barely holding on, but behind this Spirit, he's on a 4-base economy. He's rallying across the map. He's taking down another expansion. And Clemmy's just taking too many losses. Does get a tank towards the end, but he does not save the base. Clemmy's down to 3 bases. And again, Clem, he's just had a really hard time punishing Spirit, getting damage done. Especially compared to game 1. Rotates. The Marauder death sounds every time. To calm down. And Spirit, he's maxed. At this point, he's maxed out, and at this point, Spirit, he's snowballing out of control. We spoke about it, but there was a lot of key pivotal moments here where Spirit was able to take one over on Clem. It wasn't just the initial 3-game blink harass, it was the follow-up, get the 4th base, of course, the gold getting up and running. We spoke about it. Clem, he needs to maintain map control to deny the gold. He could not. He delayed it for a moment or 2, but really, it got up and running real quick. And from there, Spirit, he snowballed out of control. Likewise, the DT harass wasn't too effective. It was buying time, really, but that's all it really achieved more than anything. And with that, Spirit, he's looking to force the ace match. Here we go. Spirit, he's going to collapse in. Takes down the expansion, takes down the third. And I'll be honest, I can see this game just ending so differently as GG gets called. GG gets called. I can see this game ending so differently if Clem had denied Stim. Like such a pivotal moment when Stims. So I do think that this more aggressive style from Clem can be much more effective. But here we go. We're getting into the ace match, and in the top right hand corner we have the Polish Terran Spirit, and in the bottom left we have the French Protoss Clem. Let us go. So again, I think some people have like some weird notion that like Clem's not playing Terran because he's like having fun or something. He's like, no, he's not playing Terran because he wants to win. Like he's taking it seriously. So hopefully over time perspective can change from some people. So here we go. Alright, getting into the ace match. Again, the same is applicable to Raynor, and those are the initial 2 that come to mind. As we do have the earlier SCV here at a Spirit, going for the eBay block here at the natural. Or he didn't. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, of course he wouldn't. If he wanted to lose, he would play Terran. Like, what are you talking about? But there we go. It is going to be the eBay block here at the natural. And with that, Spirit, he ideally would force the unnatural natural out of Clem once again. Similar setup here to game 1. is a similar setup. There we go. Ooh, Clem going for the forward expansion. Oh my god. That I was not expecting. Okay, Clem is going for the forward expansion instead. Is looking to be much more assertive, much more aggressive. Again, I still expect to see 3-gate blink here out of Clem, but he may even go up to 4 gateways. We have seen Clem embrace a more aggressive opener. And that may be what we see here. We'll keep an eye on the gateway count. Here we go. Just think you can beat Spirit with Terran every day. We were looking at the map scores between Spirit and Clem, and the last time they played was a TVT back in August, and it went all the way to the ace match in the best of 5. So Spirit did force the ace match out of Clem's Terran. So again, it's one of those things where you can say that, oh, you know, you feel confident in Clem's TVT against Spirit. Clearly, Clem feels differently, and Clem is more confident in his PVT against Spirit. Clearly. And I would say that's probably applicable to all Terran opponents. Where he would prefer to play Protoss against, you know, Maru, against Cure, against Bian, against any other Terran player out there. As the initial depths, they have arrived. And again, picking up a couple of Marines. Gateways are on the way. And once again, Spirit, he does open up with a starport before CC. So thankfully, he's not cutting corners like he did previously in Game 1. Spirit calming things down. Getting to his own tank production. But the question is, how many gateways? I was a little bit distracted. I believe that is at least a 3-gate blink setup here out of Clem. And we'll keep an eye out for a 4th gateway. If this is the 4th gate, that I did miss the other one. I'm sure at some point we'll pan over the bases. As for now, Clem is just dancing with the Marines. Threatening shades. Spirit, he does go for the drop here towards the 3rd base. Clem taking a faster 3rd. Okay. You have my attention. I believe this is the faster 3rd base timing that Clem has gone for in this series. Meanwhile, Spirit opening up with a tank drop. Oh, and he's looking to punish Clem. Again, Clem, he chose to take this forward expansion. And so far, no mining. Is stuck on a 1-base economy. Clem coming in from behind. Shading on the main army, blinks in, and he will bring down the tank. Takes 2 volleys. Ooh, a couple of Stalkers go down to the Marines. Rough trades here out of Clem. Bleeding out 3 Stalkers. 3 Stalkers go down, does get the medevac. With that, Clem, he does reestablish his base, but another tank has arrived, and Spirit, he does not want to slow down. Clem, he does spot this with the Observer. Observer goes down, massive pickoff. Clem is looking for the dive. Spirit, does he try to test his luck here? No, he backs off for now, consolidating his army. Bringing forward another tank. But again, a much more assertive style here out of Spirit. And he did deny some mining time, that is true, but did not really get many probe kills. The probe count is still quite healthy here for Clem. His 3rd base is getting up and running. Extra gateways on the way. And Clem, he has gained map control. Now, the question becomes, can Spirit hold? Can he defend? I believe he has 2 tanks, 2 here at the natural, bunker as well. The main base might be a little bit more exposed. So we're trying to get arena where the army is. Yeah, the tank's a little bit too far back. This first depot should go down. Nice pickup. Gets the depot. Going for another. 2 depots falling. I mean, the valley, it's there. Even getting a handful of Marines. Meanwhile, across my Banshee has arrived. I believe there is no cloak. Regardless, 5 probe kills. Very nicely done. 5 workers go down. There is the 1 tank in the main. The last Stalker's going for the starport instead. Forcing the reposition. Nice control here to Clem. Pulls away. The tank is going to be more exposed as a result. But no major damage. Just 2 depots, a handful of Marines. Nothing major. Bay's on the way for Colossus production. But this time Stim should finish. Stim should complete. You can see Spirit is getting ready to break out. Leading out some Marines. Clem pulling away, getting ready for the eventual push. And again, because of Clem's expansion, like as soon as he does lose map control, that's going to be a very difficult base to hold on to. It's not going to be easy. Getting a 4th, double jump towards the main. We'll see if Clem can keep up. Spirit, he's moving out. Clem picking up a couple of Marines, takes a tank shot to the face. Drop into the main. Getting a couple of probe kills. Clem out of position. And again, Clem trying to hold on to this expansion. It's not easy. Yeah, probes are going down. Mine just going off on the zealots. But the tanks are exposed. The tanks are going to go down. And Clem, he will clean this up. But he's losing so many probes. 13 workers going down. Damage is being dealt. Spirit is going for the Colossus. But Clem, he does react in time. Up, or does he? Oh no! Colossus goes down and Clem is being pulled apart. Yeah, it's being pulled apart left and right. This one drop in the main base, 19 probe kills, 20 probe kills. And with that, Clem, I mean, he's miles behind here in the economy. He's down 20 workers. Once again, being punished for that forward expansion. Does poke in, takes down the medevac. But right now, Clem is vulnerable. He is vulnerable. Trying to get his 4th base up and running. So far, good pickups here by Spirit. I'm just poking in. And right now it's going to be on Clem here to try to do some kind of counter damage. Whether it's a Zealot drop into the main, Zealot run by, whether it's disruptor shots, catching the army out of position. The pressure is on Clem. And he knows it. And he's actually moving forward with his main army. Okay. Let's go. He has force fields. He does dive in. Takes down the Widow Mines. The boys are being pulled. Colossus a little bit exposed. Here we see Spirit going for the dive. The Colossus nice kiting so far. Nice force fields as well. I'm taking a decent trade. But once again, here come the Rollers. They do stem in. And there's just not enough support, not enough buffer. Clem has to get the hell out of here. Does save the Colossi. Impressive. Does save them. But only got 8 SCVs. He was hoping for more. Spirit still maintains a lead. Still up in economy. He's got mules on top of his SCVs, of course. 3rd Colossus has arrived. But Clem is lacking support. So now he's pulling away. We go forged in production, get into additional upgrades. There's a drop moving out towards the south from the side of Spirits and Clem as well. We're both going for drop play. But I feel like this is where Spirit's strengths lie. When it comes to the previous game and this one as well, it's been the counterattacks, it's been, I should say, the multi-pronged aggression from Spirit that's been pulling Clem apart. As he's been having a very hard time keeping up here with the drop play, with the movement of Spirit. So I'll drop into the natural so far. Spirit, he defends. Shuts it down. Spirit does have a hefty supply lead. We can see Clem starting up Disruptor production. We spoke about this previously, but now that Disruptors have hit the field, that is a way for Clem to bounce back. But he needs time. He needs time for the second Robo and for double Disruptor production to get really underway. Without it, Spirit has the advantage. And I do favor Spirit in a head-on fight. I do favor him. He's got Vikings. He's got EMPs. Clem has to be so careful with how he engages. Yeah, force back. Never does zone away. At the same time, Clem setting up a counterattack. Once again, Spirit, he can push forward. He can try to lay siege upon the mineral line. Once again, the space is very exposed. And Spirit, he is getting within range. Once again, just abusing this location. So he is going for his run by. But Clem even going for the run by. Stalkers, they dive in. Oh, brutal EMP to the face. Zells, they do get into the mineral line. Getting some damage. There's that bunker in position. The Marauder death sounds. Zells get cleaned up. Spirit, he holds. And his base is going to go down. There's no saving this. The expansion will fall. Spirit is maxed. Clem is not too far behind in supply. And again, over time, he's slowly building up those disruptors. We mentioned it before, but it's all about being patient here for Clem. He cannot commit. He cannot overextend. He's slowly building up his army. Whereas Spirit, he's looking for a fight. Let's go off. No major connections. Vikings, they shut down the Colossus one after the other. We had 4 Colossi down to 1. 1 Colossus left. Just barely survives. And Clem heavily reliant here on these disruptors. But he's holding on. At the same time, War Prism into the main. Spirit, he rotates over. Clem, he has to hold on to this ramp. Does need to hold. Nova's going up. Grazing the army. No major connections. Spirit looking for another way in. War Prism across the map did survive. But it looked like he didn't want to spend any warpins across the map, wanted to defend instead. So far, let's get Clem, he commits! Pushes down the ramp, he gets 1 tank. He's gonna get all 3. Nice big ups, all 3 tanks do go down. But Clem, he can't take this fight. And from here, he backs up. Does want to push into a concave. We have some OK Novas. Oh! The disruptors are going down. Again, Clem just trying to buy time. At least he did reset the tank count. Tank count was reset. Once again, Clem pushing, but he's running out of zealots. He's running out of buffer. He has to get the hell out of here. Ooh, nice zealot run by there. 7 SCVs. 7 SCVs go down. Clem does take a worker lead for the first time in a long time. Clem is up in economy, or I should say more even in economy. So of course you have to factor in mules. Clem gaining map control. Clem has been building up this disruptor count the entire game. He's on how many, what, 9 disruptors? Jesus. Like 7 to 9. DTs, they force a scan. Clem, he rotates. Widowmine's going up. Oh my god, the disruptors! If the Novas, they do connect. Drop across the map. There is a cannon in position. Clem, he hits the 3rd base. He's holding. Shuts down the medevac. It cleans up the army. Cleans up the drop. And you can see everything suddenly swing in favor of Clem. And again, a lot of it came down to patience. Oh no! The Miss Rally! No! Clem! 2, 3, 4 disruptors. Oh my god! Clem was doing so well, but 4 disruptors go down. And that may just be it. That may just be too many losses here for Clem. Another disruptor goes down. The miss rally. Oh no. I mean, like Clem would be maxed right now. He'd be maxed out with 9 disruptors. And he could just bully that base. But last, never mind. Spirit now taking another expansion. Spirit is back in this. Oh my god. Here we go so far. Clem holding on towards the left-hand side. Getting on top of the tank. Tank does go down. Clem still taking the better fight here on the right. Still takes the better trade. Collapsing on the army. But he's forced back. Is forced back home, cashing out the ghost, cashing out a tank as well. Yeah, the Spirit's trying to be cool with his pants down. Still very tense between the two players. Still warping to the main. Spirit's in position. Cells trading quite well for themselves here, shutting out some of those marauders. Nice target firing. Disruptor goes down. Colossus as well. Spirit, can he pull this off? I mean, he's getting more expansions, taking more bases. Clem has been unable to go for these Zealot Realm Eyes. Still just focusing on the main fight. Once again, another drop. Distracting Clem. Pulling him apart. Another drop towards the center. Clem out of position. Oh, another Colossus. Once again, another miss rally. Colossus goes down. And Spirit goes to the dive. He will bring down the expansion. The Nexus does fall. Nice pick up. Gets a base. But Clem, he wants the army. Nice EMP, but these are ghosts that are going down. Marauders as well. Expensive losses for Spirit. At the same time, drop here at the natural. Drop in towards the right hand side. And we spoke about this before, but the drop play is popping off. The drop's back. Oh, as again, Spirit is still bleeding out some ghosts. Still bleeding out some high-tech units. Clem pulls away. 16 probe kills. And Clem, economically, he's just being torn apart. Almost 20 workers going down. And Spirit, he commits some more drops. As Clem, you can see, he just wants to be active. He just wants to be aggressive. Doesn't want to defend. I do favor him in a head-on fight. But he's not getting it. Again, pushing forward. Spirit dancing with the main army and drop in towards the natural. I'm trying to hold on. Does have a defensive warp in. As the rovers are depowered, the gateways as well. This double drop, it's wreaking havoc. Clem is losing another base, another expansion. And another. The bases, they just keep going down. And again, Spirit, he just avoids the main fight. Now he turns around. Now he commits. One of the Novas does connect. There's 2 Novas left, but GG gets caught. He gets torn apart. And Spirit, he will take the series at 2-1. Will take down and be the only player to take down Clem. GG. GG, well played. Whew, very tense, a very back and forth game here. Honestly, I was very impressed with Clem's initial defense, with his ability to actually bounce back in this game. If you remember, when everything swung in favor of Clem was when he caught the tanks. When he caught the tanks in the center of the map, and when he defended against the drop play towards the south. If you remember, that was when Clem had built up towards 9 disruptors. But if you remember, it was also a couple of seconds after that where Clem, he did move command into the main army of Spirit, and he lost, it was either 4 or 5 disruptors. And that was the moment that the momentum just slipped out of Clem's fingers in momentum of Spirit. That's when he started going for the mass drop play and just pulling Clem apart left and right. That was the moment where things did slip away, and with that, Spirit takes a very important win here. GG. GG, well played. We're going to be getting ready for our next match, and we spoke about this earlier. Clem, he's already confirmed to make it through the group, but right now it's a battle between Spirit and Sound to find out who makes it out in second place. Who else will advance on? Well, I say that, I mean, the reality is here, if Spirit can take down Zound, I mean, Spirit will go by undefeated, and Spirit can make it through instead. So there is definitely a lot on the line here for this next match, for specifically Zound and Spirit. We'll see how they go. For now, we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have our next best of 3. See you soon. and welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the Coliseum 8 Group D, day number 2. We just wrapped up with our first series of the night. We just wrapped up with Spirit versus Clem, and now we are here with Spirit versus Zound. And if you saw that head-to-head history between these two players, Spirit, he has a winning record. He has a winning record here against Zound. And fun fact, if Spirit wins this series, then Spirit will go by undefeated in first place in Group D. Oh boy, here we go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. It is Zound. In the top right, we have the Polish Terran, Spirit. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck in the chat. Again, Spirit, if he takes this one series, this one matchup here against Zound, he will come out in first place. If Zound wins this matchup, then things get interesting. Then things get a little bit more wild. I believe the scoreline, depending on how Zound defeats Spirit, it may come down to like a head-to-head between Spirit and Clem, which Spirit would come out ahead in as well. So things can get wild. We'll see. So yeah, this turns out. Again, as we mentioned before, Oliveira, mathematically, he cannot make it out of the group. He cannot make it out of Group D. But right now, it's between Spirit, Clem, and Zound. All three of them are vying for that playoff spot. Oh boy. Here we go. So now we are going to be settling in and embracing our PvT. From here, we're loading into Amygdala, of course, a much larger map, longer rush distance by ground, I should emphasize. This time we see that Spirit, he has not gone for an eBay block. Zound able to expand quite freely back at home. Oh, and so is Spirit. As Zound, he doesn't quite get the block off. And the command center gets placed on location. So nicely done here by Spirit. Spirit going to be opening up economically. And of course, Spirit is well warmed up. See how Zound does adapt his approach. I'm sure Zound was watching that previous PvT. I'm sure he's taking notes and gotten a glimpse of what Spirit has to offer. And again, I feel like what really shone for Spirit in the last series was his drop play, was his counterattacks, was his aggression, his harassment, I should emphasize. Was enough to pull Clem apart. But it also kind of worked against Clem's style as well. Like I was trying to emphasize it as well, but Clem, clearly he wanted to take these fights, wanted to take these main engagements. Clem wanted to be the aggressor, and clearly wasn't necessarily too set up or too interested in defending back at home. And even leaving supply back at home in preparation for defense for drop play, which is what Spirit did abuse. For now, though, we have a very different opener here. Zound going to be opening up not Twilight Council, but Stargate. Okay, going to be a Stargate opener instead. Meanwhile, Depth shades into the main, gets a full scout, gets an eye on the 1-1-1. Even delays the starport. Nicely done here by Zound. Gets some damage, gets scouting information. From here, can go into either Oracle or Phoenix aggression. Production, even. Delaying the starport for a second for a second time. 2 SCBs go down. Very nice pickups. Phoenix production has begun for Zound. With this looking to gain map control, just repositioning. Let's go. Getting into that gamer stance. Likewise, shout out to Spirit's posture. Unwavering in that last series. This one as well so far. Crazy. And we'll see what Spirit can get done. As for the time being, he's building up towards his drop play. Medevac is in production. And we do see Zound going to be taking and transitioning from Phoenixes into a Twilight Council. So this will not be, at least initially, Phoenix Colossus. It's going to be Phoenix most likely into Charge. As you typically avoid Blink with this kind of style, just because Blink Stalkers and Phoenixes, they have the same goal. They achieve the same role, I should say. So we should be seeing those charge lots. You know, Spirit moving out with his drop. Double Widowmine towards the main. Or even towards the natural. Oh my god, meanwhile, that is not what I was expecting. That is not charged, that is Glaive at Eps. Okay, is Zound gonna be more committed instead? You have my attention. Widowmine drops in. Nice pickup. We'll delay the mine shots. Extra depths get warped in. That should be a bit of a suspicious sign here. Water mines are cleaned up. Medevac as well. 3 more gateways on the way. This looks like a 2-base all-in. Wow, 2-base all-in out of Zaun. 4 gates in production. I believe that's going to be 7 gates in total on 2 bases. There's a 5th gateway. Oh, sorry, there's a 5th gateway on the way. I believe that's going to be an 8-gate setup. So 8 gates on 2 bases. Mass Adept. Mass Glaives. I feel like we're back in the start of Legacy of the Void. Again, you rarely see Mass Glaive Adept against Terran. And because of that, we'll see if we can catch Spirit off guard. For now, Spirit, he's got 1 tank at the natural, I believe. He has a safety Cyclone, which won't help much against the Adepts. Again, just the 1 tank. Phoenix is a check. There is no stim. Playing the production. They get eyes on the Cyclone. And here comes the Shade. Here comes the commitment. The first tank is going to go down. Oh, turret does help though. Takes down one of the Phoenixes. Takes down the other as well. Oh, the tank still will fall. That's a lot of Phoenixes falling. You know what, they take down the Mineral Line. They dive on the Cyclone. Hot pickup. And Marines go down. And Zaun, he has done it. He has broken the back of Spirit. GG gets called. And Zaun with the 2-base all-in takes a lead. Oh, he's a happy boy. Let's go. GG, well played. They believe that maybe Zaun, he's been cooking and getting ready here for this massive Coliseum group. And so far, so good. And here we go. We're getting into game number 2. And sporting in the bottom left-hand corner, we have Zaun, the Green Protoss. And that's all right. We have Spirit, the Polish Terran. Down in the series, so we'll see if we can bounce back. Personally, I'm hoping for an ace match, regardless of how this series unfolds. I want to see a game 3, but the pressure is on Spirit. And likewise, my eyes are on Zaun. Clearly, Zaun is going to be a little more experimental with his play. A little more experimental. As we load into Frostline, I mean, I would favor aggression here as well. We've spoken about this before, but Frostline is a very awkward map. It's a very large map, that is true, but the bases are very spread out, and we have seen a lot of players struggle to defend their 3rds and struggle to defend their 4th bases as well. It is not an easy thing to do here on Frostline. So we'll see how aggressive our players plan on being. If Zaun 2-0 Spirit and Oliveira, does Clem miss out? How will the math look on that? Potentially, yeah. If Zaun doesn't drop if Zaun does not drop a map tonight, then it's very, very possible that Clem won't make it out of the group stage. That is true. So again, a lot is riding on Zaun's performance, on Spirit's performance. It's now out of Clem's hands. Clem, he's already played all of his games. It now comes down to how well or how poorly Zaun and Spirit perform. Comes down to these 2 players. And of course, Zaun in the next series as well. Are going to be settling in, but now we do have our economic open out of Spirit going for the Rax expand. Likewise, Zaun going for his own gate setup as well. And we have our tech of choice, this time Twilight Council. Okay, no more Stargate play, going for the Twilight Council into Blink. The question becomes, how many gateways, how committed, how aggressive is Zaun going to be? 3-gate Blink, 4-gate Blink, or anything crazy out of the norm as well. We'll see. This is when he opens like 2-base 6-gate charge. It's like something crazy. Doesn't Spirit cheese a lot in TVP? Not in recent times, I don't think. Like Spirit, he's relatively like mid-game oriented. At least he didn't against Clem. Wasn't really cheesy. He was aggressive, that's true, but it was very mid-game oriented. Like, by no means was Spirit ever all in against Clem. Hello. Spirit going to be opening up Viking first. 2 more gates on the way. That is going to be a 3-gate setup here from Zaun. At least 3 gateways. But Spirit, is he setting up for an early tank push? Again, the early Viking is wild. Hellion poking in. It's going to be a Cyclone instead. Ooh, based on the early Viking and Cyclone, it looks like Spirit is blindly setting up here for a Stargate defense. And it's not a Stargate. So I'm concerned. This is delaying tank production. Yeah, tank production is delayed. There we go. First tank starts up. I believe Spirit just canceled the Cyclone. I think he just canceled the Cyclone. Started the tank instead. He's trying to set up. Zaun expanding, taking a 3rd. And Spirit, he's trying to build up back at home. Bunkers on the way. Now, thankfully for Spirit, Zaun isn't really being too active. Like, sure, he's moving out with some Stalkers, but there's no War Prism. There's no War Prism with this. Zaun, he skips the War Prism in favor of the 3rd base, of Charge. Like, Zaun, he's building up towards the mid-game. He's not being anywhere near as aggressive as Clem was, for example, in the previous series. Where Clem, he was just non-stop aggression and was very much so in Spirit's face. Zaun less so. So Zaun, he's just chilling, he's calming down, and likewise Spirit is building up and getting to his own eventual stim production. It's the rest of his bio upgrades as well. Stim has just begun. We can see Zaun going for a very gateway heavy composition. 5 gates on the way. That's going to be an 8-gate setup on 3 bases. Into mass charge lot. So very gateway heavy. Will be laying his splash damage. Nice pick up out of Zaun. Does take down a Widowmine. Spirit is still building up. And we should soon be seeing a 3rd CC for Spirit. So he's still just getting ready for his eventual breakout. Still waiting for his upgrades. 2 more axes just got thrown down. Interesting. Spirit is going to be delaying his command center a little bit further. Meanwhile, Zaun does spot the drop. Oh no! Up! He gets. Oh, he barely does not get the full medevac. Barely escapes. That was very close. That was very close. Spirit, he gets away. Upgrades are done. Raxes are about to finish. No shot Spirit goes for a 2-base all-in, right? I mean, it is available to him. If he wants to pull the boys with this eventual move out, he can. Nah, there it is. 3rd CC. Okay. That's what I was waiting for. I was waiting for the 3rd CC. It now has begun for Spirit. So Spirit, he is expanding. Eventually. Hallucination does confirm. So Zaun, he's aware. And Spirit's now being active. Zaun racing back. Setting up his army, warping into 8 Zelts at a time. Zaun, he keeps up with the drop play. And because of the Observer, or I should say thanks to the Observer, Zaun, he confirms that there's no committed move out. Yeah, Spirit was being active with his bio army, where he left his tanks back at home. Left his reinforcements. So Zaun is comfortable. Behind the 2nd robot for Zaun, 4th base as well. Zaun getting up to 4-base saturation. And headed towards Disruptor production as well. Likewise, Spirit also towards Ghosts. So we're both headed towards the mid-game. So once again, we're taking a breath. We're taking a breath here. Zan is posturing, getting a 5th. Zan maintaining some semblance of map control. At least trying to. Spirit being active. Zan hoping to catch any stray units. The Medivacs are exposed. He gets 1. He gets 1. He gets 2. Oh, he gets 3 as well. Very nice pickoffs. 3 Medivacs go down. Spirit taking a lot of losses. Zani maintains map control. We'll get supply blocks thanks to that pylon going down. And the disruptors are building up. So what's the main army? Scan reveals rotation. Spirit is aware. Oh, he wants a disruptor. He wants it. And he gets it as well. Disruptor goes down. Not bad. As both armies are maxed out. I do at least currently favor Zaun in a head-on fight. As Spirit is still mixing in some high-tech units. I'm referring to Ghosts and Vikings. So far, just 3 Ghosts with the main army. And only 2 Vikings, so there go reinforcements have arrived. 2 Vikings up to 6 Ghosts. Not bad. Diving the main army, where are the EMPs? Nice force field, the EMPs towards the end. Nova goes off. Oh my god, and a massive connection. Yeah, Spirit is being chased down. Tanks are falling one after the other. And Zaun, he can commit. And he's breaking through. Pushing right down mid. Catching Spirit out. Is running out of steam a little bit here. Oh, the Disruptors, they overextend. But the Disruptors, they survive. Reinforces, they can warp it on the front lines. Nova goes off once again, zoning back the army. Bit of friendly fire. But Zaun, he has done it. He has broken through. He has broken Spirit. And with that, yo, I mean, there's still a chance here that Clem does not make it out of the group. Massive connection in the mineral line. 19 SVs going down. Spirit, he cannot hold. GG gets called, and Zaun, he will take the 2-0. Zaun takes down Spirit. GG. GG, well played. Again, very nice play there out of Zaun, keeping up with all the drop play, keeping up with the attempted aggression out of Spirit. Likewise, it was a bit of an awkward start for Spirit as well, as he had assumed that it was going to be a Stargate opener, did of course have to switch gears. Was stuck at home that much longer. And GG. GG, well played. And with that, we have 1 series left here tonight. We have 1 series left. Alright, we have to do some math. Some math is involved. Okay, up next is going to be Oliveira versus Zaun. As we mentioned before, Oliveira cannot make it through. But let's double check here. Okay. So based on the math, because Spirit did not get a win, that means that Clem, he is confirmed through. Okay, Clem, he will be able to make it through. He has a better score line than Spirit. So regardless, Clem, he will advance on into the next round. Now, if Oliveira beats Zaun, then Spirit makes it through. If Zaun beats Oliveira 2-0, then Zaun makes it through. So it's still up in the air. If Zaun defeats Oliveira 2-1, how's that work? I think 2-1, Zaun still advances on as well, if I'm not mistaken. Because he'll have a better scoreline. Yeah. He'll have a better scoreline. So we'll see. We shall see a little bit. I mean, it all comes down to Zaun versus Oliveira. Who makes it through, Spirit or Zaun? We're here to find out. We're going to be here to find out after the break. Take this time, take this moment, get some snacks, get some food, get some water, get ready for the final best of 3. See you soon. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Oh my god. Bappy. I'm digging the robe. Oliveira can't... Oliveira, is he wearing anything underneath that? Oh my, Oliveira, calm down, Papi, calm down, Jesus. As we are getting to our final best of 3 here of the group, and spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have Oliveira, the Protoss. And in the bottom right, we have Zaun, the Korean-bred Protoss as well. Let's go. We're here for the PvP. Let's go. Free in the chat. Predictions open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck in the chat. Sorry, I was just a little bit distracted by Oliveira's chest. Oh my god. he's pulling a live VIP. I dig it. Aye, aye, aye. But here we go. We're diving into our PvP. Again, Oliveira, he has been playing a lot of Protoss here during this group and has decided to end it with Protoss as well. There is a little bit less on the line for Oliveira. We were just discussing in the chat, of course, Oliveira, he is confirmed not to make it out of the group stage, but Zaun can still make it out himself, of course, depending on the scoreline, depending on if he wins, and whether he wins 2-0 or 2-1 as well. That will impact his overall rankings compared to Spirit. Oh boy. So here we go. We are jumping in. And so far we have our initial 2-gate opener out of Zaun. I believe Oliveira going for something more greedy here. It's going to be a max packs opener instead. Wait, no, 2-gate. Okay, we're good. 2-gate opener all around. It is a very late second gateway for Oliveira. That is why I had assumed that he was intentionally delaying the second gateway in favor of a Nexus, but no, it's just a delayed gateway. Delayed gateway by Oliveira. Now, again, as we said yesterday, I don't really know how to gauge Oliveira's Protoss. I've never really seen him compete too much as Protoss, so I don't really know what level he's at. I mean, enough to be confident to compete as Protoss, and he didn't look too bad yesterday, but did lose his matches, of course. And yeah, I am concerned just because Zaun is known for his PvP. This is arguably Zaun's best and strongest matchup. Like, this is what he's known for. This is what he does best, is PvP. So I am concerned for Oliveira. At the same time, though, if Oliveira wins, I'm going to be that much more impressed. That is true. That is true. I see someone stating in the chat that apparently the admin told Rotterdam that if Zaun wins, Clem is out. I don't know how accurate that statement is, because when I saw that statement made in the chat, I checked the Wikipedia, and it does state on the Wikipedia page that the ways that tiebreakers or the ways that priorities are made in the group are map difference first, and then number of map wins after that. And I believe Clem, even if Zaun wins this series 2-0, Clem still has a better scoreline than Spirit. So I don't see a world where Spirit is able to outperform Clem in the group. Unless there's some other like internal rankings that are otherwise not displayed on the Wikipedia. That is possible. That definitely is possible, that maybe they prioritize or they give more weight to one value more than another. That is true. Some tournaments do that, where they there are some tournaments that don't actually take into account, for example, just like score differential. There are some tournaments that prioritize that over map score or vice versa. There's some tournaments that don't actually implement like head-to-head. So yeah, curious. I'm definitely curious. Regardless, we are going to be opening up. We do have our initial 3-stalker aggression here across the map, poking in, poking up the ramp. So to poke in. For now, Oliveira, he does deflect. He does hold. Behind this, Twilight Council is on the way for both players, working towards Blink. Blink is going to be slightly faster for Zaun. In general, Zaun's opener does feel slightly more efficient here when it comes to working into his tech and getting into his own 2-base saturation, his own 2-base opener. Oliveira did get a slightly faster expansion, and we'll see if he can make use of it. For now, scouting into the main. Does scout the main, does confirm the tech of choice. Adept shades in, but I believe there are stalkers in position, and Zaun, he does defend. But yeah, there are some tournaments that have their own different like rule sets into like what they weigh higher than other factors when it comes to the group stage. So again, it's possible that like we just don't know, or at least I just don't know exactly what is weighted more than something else. So I guess we'll find out. I guess after this series, I guess we'll eventually get confirmation. But now though, Zound diving into the main. Does blink in. And we'll get a couple of probe kills. Not bad. Even going to be... Oh, can he delay? Not quite. Just barely not. Blink does complete. Nice pickups nonetheless. 4 probe kills. Likewise, Zound does get out. We do see Oliveira with the chase though. Again, thankfully, Blink did complete. Will punish. Stalkers are picked off, but Zound does enjoy himself a nice worker lead. Behind this, both players expanding. Oliveira slightly later. Zound building up Immortals back at home. And Oliveira with that War Prism tells us that Oliveira wants to be active, he wants to be aggressive, he wants to move out. Does want to move out across the map. Zound is settling in. But now both players calming things down. I mean, I guess this gives us an opportunity to talk about the map itself, to talk about, of course, King's Cove, a very large map of the map pool, very defendable on 3 bases. We spoke about this before, but the 4th base is kind of the big contention here on a King's Cove, is how exposed the 4th base is, how difficult it can be to defend. On 3 bases, though, again, it's much more fortifiable, so we don't really see either player really push in towards the 3rd. We're just building up on 3 bases, and eventually we'll be active. But now we're just slowing things down. Oliveira picked Protoss, yeah. Oliveira, he was playing Protoss yesterday. He was inspired by Clem. You know, Clem, he's a trendsetter. He's leading the way for Terran players out there. Terran players, they've seen the light. They've seen the power of Protoss. Ah, it's crazy. No. See, people, they were expecting, they were looking at like Hero or Max Packs to be the Protoss hope. No. Clem, he is the Protoss hope. He's the prophet that was promised all this time. Not like this. So now both players are taking their 4th bases, and both players should soon be active here. Prism has arrived for Zound, getting to his own Chargel Archon composition. Oliveira has yet to begin his own Chargel production himself. Has yet to commit. Zound is the first to move out, and we'll see if Zound can punish this 4th. Here we go. Warping in 7 Zealots at a time. And where there's Archons, without them, this is going to be a tough hold here for Oliveira. But now being forced back. Additional Archons on the way. Zound is going to commit, chasing down Stalkers. Getting on top of the expansion. Oliveira trying to bring out as well. Immortals lagging a little bit behind. We need those Zealot reinforcements. And now they're coming in, a little bit delayed. Oliveira tending us around, and with the help of those Immortals, he's going to be able to shut down the Archons. Archons are falling, and Zound, he might not have enough here. Yeah, none of Zealots to defend. It's getting close though. Immortals are going down. With reinforcements, Oliveira, he barely holds on. Oliveira, he barely holds. Get a very messy fight. Very messy. But Oliveira, he will save the base. Zound pushing forward though. Doesn't want to let up. Oliveira trying to saturate that 4th. Again, the Archon are really adding too much in the back line. Immortal is going to be targeted down, and now it's only Stalkers for Oliveira, and he's up against 2 Immortals. Oliveira, he's being broken. Looks like Zal, he's finally done it. He's broken through. Was not the cleanest of trades, but breaks through nonetheless. Breaks through nonetheless here. GG gets called. Zal overwhelms, and Zal takes game number 1. GG. Zal does take the first game. And with that, Zal is 1 game away from taking the series. Max Packs attempted openers with faster expansions. But I don't think that's necessarily how Oliveira plays out this matchup. Again, that's the thing. Like, Oliveira's the big question mark here for PvP. We're going to find out together. As sporting in the bottom left-hand corner, we have for Weibo Gaming, Oliveira. And in the top right, we have his opponents. We have Zeon, the South Korean Protoss. Here we go. And again, in general, last game was a pretty passive start into the mid game. We didn't really see any aggression until the 4th bases were being taken, which is what we expect on King's Cove. Here on Amygdala, it's a similar story. I say similar because the rush distance by ground is quite long on Amygdala, just because of these rocks. The rocks, they do make things a little bit longer than they otherwise would seem. Once they get knocked down, the rush distance becomes a lot shorter, but that's in a longer game state. So we may just see another more passive start into a 3-base economy. Hello, Oliveira. What's going on? And this is what I was curious about. I was curious if Oliveira was willing to spice things up. And we have our initial 2-gate opener, but Oliveira, he is set up for a proxy gateway. Now, based on the location, it looks like a proxy Stargate. It doesn't look like a 1-base all-in, as the pylon should soon be thrown down. And again, this location is close by air, so it's primed for a Stargate for an Oracle to bust into the main base mineral line. Assuming that Oliveira throws down the pylon. But so far, it looks like he is not. He is keeping the probe on patrol. And there it is. Okay, very cheeky. So what just happened here? Oliveira threw down his 2nd pylon where it should be, where it should be placed, and he goes for a delayed proxy 3rd pylon. Now, because of this, the proxy here is going to be delayed. Technically, this is an inefficient proxy here by Oliveira, but because it's inefficient, it is hidden. As Zal, he scouted, he saw that there was no missing pylon. Oh my god, it's a 1-base all-in. Okay, so it's going to be a delayed 1-base all-in by Oliveira, but the hope here is that Zal expands, and Zal, again, he gets caught with his pants down, ideally. But Zal, he opens up Robo. Zal, he may have seen the 2nd pylon, but he has not seen the 3rd pylon. And upon not seeing the 3rd pylon, he feels that something is wrong. He No, Shelly scouts! Oh my god, he scouts, he finds the pylon, he's gonna shut it down. Ay, not like this. Not like this. And with that, Oliveira, I mean, the proxy was already delayed. You can see him smiling on cameras. It was already delayed to begin with, and now even more so. No. Not like this. As the Robo is depowered, Zal backs off. And even though Oliveira is going to be able to repower this Robo, what's important is that even though the Robo is going to be repowered, and even though Oliveira is still going to commit to the all-in, if you look at the Robo timing of Zal, his Robo is already done, which means his mortal production is going to be faster. Likewise, diving on the Stalker, Guardian Shield is a factor. It does confirm the Robo is repowered, Immortal's on the way, but the Stalkers are being chased down. Oliveira, he will reinforce. Zal, he has not begun his own Immortal production, he's a little bit supply blocked. Yeah, 2 pylons on the way. That is a brutal supply block for Zal. That should not have happened. Oliveira can still pull this off. He can still do this. We'll catch 1 Stalker. 1 more shot. Oh my god, so close. 1 more shot, Bappy. The Stalker barely survives. Zal, he breaks free from his supply block. But that did delay his own Immortal production. And the first Immortal has arrived for Oliveira. So again, Oliveira, he can still pull this off. It's still possible. Immortal now arrives for Zal. Prisms are on the way. First Stalker falls. Zal trying to collapse in. Will take down the Immortal. But there are so many Stalkers, and Oliveira, he overwhelms. He does catch the army. Prism has arrived. The pickup micro is there. Oh, the control. But Zal still forces Oliveira back. Still a very tense situation here for Zaun. Now he has a War Prism. They both did trade out their own Immortals. Zaun forcing his way down the ramp. Takes down one of the Stalkers. Oh. So far, nice control. Zaun being forced back. He has to respect the army. He has to respect the concave. Oh my god. As Oliveri does take a supply lead. Going for the gateway. Immortal has arrived. Yeah, with the help of this Immortal, Zaun breaks out. He should be able to. Dishing out a lot of damage. Oliveri getting his own Immortal. Is in production. Oh! A big on micro. We're taking a lot of hits. The gateway does go down. That will limit Warpins. But Zaun, he's now up to 2 Immortals. Up against the 1 of Oliveri. Let's say Thread in the Shade. So threatens, plenty of sentries, plenty of force fields. Oliveri, he cannot push up this ramp. Zaun can push down. Oh, gets a Stalker. Oh my god, the Prism gets so low. Jesus. Be careful, Oliveri, be careful. Now once again trying to break out. Base out the shots. Observer has arrived. Oliveri, he does have a choice here. I was going to say that, I mean, because it's 1 base versus 1 base, technically one player could try to expand. Oliveri could attempt to, but for now, he's just continuing to reinforce. He's still completely committed, completely all in. And Zaun, he breaks out. Looking to depower that Robo. And Oliveri, he commits. Nice force field on the ramp. Does force his way up the ramp, though. And again, there's those 2 Immortals not hit to defend. Zaun, he's not quite ready for this. He's racing back home. Oliveri forcing his way in, at least trying to. But as the force fields run out, Zaun makes it back home. Zaun defends. He does defend, and I believe Zaun did depower that Robo. So no more Immortal production for Oliveri. Stargate is on the way instead. But alas, Oliveri needs more time. God, that's a lot of adepts. Mainly adepts for Oliveri. Zaun keeping up as well. Now with that Stargate, we should be working towards Phoenixes. Phoenixes, they can help shut down the War Prism. They can, of course, crowd control and lift up those Immortals. Speaking of, there we go, the first Phoenixes on the way. Oliveri going for the mineral line. Dropping into the main. Bold move. Second Phoenix is in production. Oliveri running out of resources. I mean, I would imagine so was Zaun. Still very tense. Zaun once again, he gets across the map. There are Phoenixes back at him to defend, though. Ready for the Prism. Does dive in. Again, Phoenixes, they force a recall. Oliveri defends. as moving out. Now moving out, snipes the observer. I mean, on the one hand, if they did fight out in the open, I think I want to favor Oliveira's army, but pushing up this ramp is just so difficult. Even with the help of Phoenixes, it's not going to be easy. The Prism... War Prism is exposed. Going for the mineral line. Probe's going to be going down. Nicely done. We're pulling Zaun apart. Confirm which tournament organizes. Clemens out of Zaun wins. Wikipedia is wrong. Okay, there we go. We have confirmation. Uh-oh. We have confirmation. We'll be going over it after this. As Zaun is breaking out. He commits. Does commit down the ramp. Nice force field. The sentries. They're zoned away. Better CranKy for Oliveira lifts up one of the Immortals. Immortal gets lifted. Oliveira taking the better trade. You can see Zaun, half his army isn't even fighting. And while Oliveira, he will take it. It will snowball out of control. GG gets called, and Oliveira ties up the series 1-1. GG. GG, well played. Zaun, he ran out of patience. He ran out of patience towards the end, tried to make out. We had our new understanding. And here we go. We're getting into the Ace Match. It all ends here. It all ends on Ultra Love, and in the top right-hand corner, we have the Chinese Protoss player. It is Oliveira. In the bottom left, we have Zaun, the Korean Protoss. Oh boy, here we go. And we'll see what our plan is coming into Ultra Love. Now, one of the big factors, of course, of Ultra Love is how defendable it is on 2 and 3 bases. Because of that, it is very common to see a low gate expand here on the low ground at the natural base instead. We can see, though, Zaun and Oliveira, they avoid that entirely. And it makes sense based on what happened in that last game as well. Both players are not taking any chances. We should be seeing 2 gate openers all around. We'll see if either player does skip that second gateway and go for the Cybercore instead into a Nexus. Our eyes are on our players. There it is. 2 gate opener out of Oliveira, 2 gate opener out of Zaun. Again, despite how common it is to open up economically here on Ultra Love, both players, they avoid it. They do avoid it entirely. I do think this is wise for Zaun. I think Zaun, it does behoove him to play safe against Oliveira. And from Oliveira, I'm sure he was planning to one base all in if Zaun had gone for the low ground expansion. So far, Zaun is keeping up with Oliveira. So far, so good. This time, Oliveira does not have a probe out on the map. Not yet. As far as I can see. Only mirror matchup of this group. It is. You're not wrong. The only one. The Terran Brotherhood playing Protoss for solidarity. They're trying to be accepted into the Protoss Council. It's happening. They're infiltrating. No. As there we go, it is going to be a Stargate opener out of Zaun. And Oliveira opening up double sentry behind this. Double adept into double sentry into a faster Nexus, so Oliveira, he will have the better economy. And the pressure is going to be on Zaun to get some economic damage. Oh. As the initial adept is going to be chased down. Nicely done. Adept falls. And now Zaun can expand. At least he can attempt to. And now Zaun still contained to one base. He's going to be opening up Oracle. Into a Nexus. And again, the pressure is going to be on Zaun to get some economic damage, because straight up, he is going to be behind the worker count. just because of how delayed the expansion is compared to the base of Oliveira. So there's a lot of pressure here on this one Oracle and on the potential second Oracle as well. Down he pokes in, takes some shots to the face. The first Oracle does rally across the map, and Oliveira with the hallucination confirms. Does confirm the Stargate, does confirm the Oracle, is aware. You can see Oliveira getting in position, splitting up his army. As we can see, it's only going to be the singular Oracle, there's no second. One probe goes down. One worker does fall. Oracle gets zoned away. So far, a good defense here by Oliveira. And there it is. It's going to be a delayed second Oracle out of Zaun. Now, the power of the second Oracle is that even if there's a shield battery in position, 2 Oracles, they one-shot probes. They one-shot workers. So Zaun could pull Oliveira apart. On top of that, Oliveira did follow up the tech, not with the Twilight Council, with a Robo instead. Oliveira, he scouts, he confirms not just a second, there's a third Oracle? Or was that the first? Okay, those are equal. Second Oracle still in the way. For a moment, I was like, 3? He's crazy. Just gonna be 2. But Oliveira is aware. Is aware. Again, did follow up with a Robo into an early Immortal production. Still no Twilight Council, still no Blink. From the side of Oliveira, I mean. And he's already moving out. He's committed. And can he break the natural? I mean, back at home, okay, so there's the stasis here on top of the ramp. Probe's going to be going down, and Oliveira's all in. Oliveira, he is all in at this point. 6 probe kills, aye. And one way or another, the game is about to end. Does Oliveira, does he notice? Up! Base out the stasis. Stasis goes off. Nice force fields here out of Zaun. 19 probe! He's losing everything! Every probe is falling. No more reinforcements. Aye. And time is on Zaun's side. We do see Oliveira. He's pushing through. The force field. Oh my god, the force fields! Locks down the natural. Does lock it down. The probes are falling. And you can see Zaun, he's preparing in the main. He's just giving up on the natural. Boys, they can come in from behind. Ooh, sentry goes down. Nice pickup. But Oliveira, he's up in army supply. But he can't afford any reinforcements. Oliveira, he has no money. Imagine if he had like a 1 base economy behind this. Imagine if he could reinforce. That could be game. But there's a second Stargate. Stasis trap. Second stasis trap on top of the ramp. Oliveira trying to force his way in. Shield battery is done. Boys, they're coming from behind. Yeah, the boys are being pulled. Oliveira being forced back. Again, good control so far by Oliveira. Takes out one of the Oracles. Does take one down. What about the stasis? Oh my god. Oh, he spots it. Takes down the stasis trap. Oliveira's pushing in. And Oliveira's still barely up in army supply. There goes the dive. Takes down the War Prism. Takes down the Immortal as well. Massive pickups. And Zaun, has he done it? Has he held? Down to 3 Stalkers. And it looks like Zaun barely has enough. Yeah, he does it. He does it. He has it. GG gets caught. Good luck. Go champion as Zaun. He will take the series. GG. Zaun will advance on over Clem. GG, well played. But honestly, that was a very close game. And I'll be honest, if Oliveira didn't lose his workers, if Oliveira did not lose his mineral line back at home, if Oliveira could even warp in like 2, 3, 4 extra units, that most likely would have been game. Like, that was a very close defense out of Zaun. Very, very close. GG. GG, well played. Whew. Zaun, he will take the series 2-1. Zaun will advance on into the playoffs. And I believe, if the math is correct, Clem will not. I believe we're going to find out soon. We're going to be seeing that scoreline here ahead of us. But GG, well played. Again, Clem, he played well in this group. Clem, he was able to take down both Oliveira and take down Zaun. But alas, those matches did go to the ace match. They did go all the way to game 3. And these because of that, Clemmy was losing extra games, losing extra maps, and as a result, I believe that means he will not be able to make it through. Oh my god. Yeah, GG. Instead, it's going to be Zan in first and Spirit in second. Again, the weighting of certain factors are a little bit different in this group stage, in this format. Typically, traditionally, it would be Clem over Spirit, just because Clem had one more games than Spirit did, and they have the same scoreline, but that is not the case here, not in this tournament. Not in this tournament. So yeah, with that, GG well played. And what a group stage. What a group stage. I believe they're going to take some time to actually seed the playoff brackets. I don't think they're going to do that today, but most likely in the next couple of days. So keep an eye out on social medias, keep an eye out on social medias here for what comes next, as I'm sure the Wikipedia page will soon be updated with the overall top 8. With the top 8 bracket here. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be insane. Best of luck. When it comes to the players making it through, we have Cyril and Estrella out of Group A. We have Cyril and Estrella. We have some NA representation. Group B, we have Rainer and Max. Group C, we have Hero and Gumiho. And Group D, it's going to be Zan and Spirit. There were some big upsets here in the group stage. If you recall, the first big one was Maru. Maru did not make it through Group C. Maru was unable to advance on. Likewise, we saw Clem barely didn't make it out of this group either as well. Barely not. So no Maru, no Clem, but instead we do have some other race representation. Spirit was playing very well here, of course, in the group stage. Likewise, Gumiho is the reigning Home Story Cup champion, and Gumiho is also going to be representing that Terran race in the playoff brackets. Of course, we have plenty of Zerg and plenty of Protoss as well coming into this. Oh boy, oh boy. So we'll just wait for the eventual group to be finalized here before us on the clean feed. We'll get there. And if you are unsatiated tonight, if you want some more StarCraft, we have another broadcast in 1 hour. I might just leave the stream on. I might just leave it online here, just because we have another cast in like 45 minutes. We do need some time to set up all the overlays and to set up all the matches themselves. For those that are curious, in 45 or so minutes, we're going to be live with the OSC 12 Championship, the Challenger Bracket D, the final qualifier for the OSC Championship. It is going to be a qualifier bracket. 3 players will make it through, and so far, who is signed up for this event? We have Spirit. Spirit is signed up. He just, of course, competed here in this tournament. He's going to be playing in the qualifier as well. We have Mio Micah. We have GG Machine. We have Art. We have Arrow Fire. We got UED Soldier, Mana Iba as well. Dolan is going to be there, and many others. So do look forward to that. Again, I'm a little bit drained of energy, so I'm gonna need a moment to get some water, and as well just again re-energize, getting back into our back-to-back broadcast of our second cast of the day. There you go. Oh boy, we'll get there. We will get there. Likewise tomorrow. Actually, you know what? Do we have the technology? Bam! There you go. This is last week's schedule, but you know, similar enough. It's fine. It's fine. Of course, tomorrow is going to be the Wardy TV Monday. Wardy TV Monday is going to be tomorrow. So if you're not going to be here for the OSC Championship, then we have you covered for the Wardy TV Monday. Likewise, on Tuesday we have the Pigasaur Monday, and we have other events over the course of the week as well. Let me just double check. So we got Wardy TV Monday, Pigasaur Monday, alongside the return of the Pondcast. We have Leo League Cup as well. We have a Homestory Cup group stage, and oh my god, okay, we just got it. We just got the confirmed bracket. There it is. We have our top 4. We have our placements here. It's down number 1, Spirit number 2, Clem, and then Oliveira. Crazy. He did avoid both Rainer and Cyril, so I'm excited to see him against Cyril in the first round. Let's go! Likewise, we have plenty of PvPs, and we have Rainer versus Spirit, a bit of a rematch there. I mean, Rainer versus Spirit in the EPT European playoffs is living rent-free in my mind from like a couple of years ago, and I look forward to that rematch as well, as these are all best of 5s. Best of 5, Papi. Best of 5. Let's go. And again, we're going to be going over this over the course of the next month. Over the course of the next month. So plenty of StarCraft, plenty of content here on the CranKy Ducklings. Otherwise, thanks so much for watching. Thanks so much for tuning in. We do appreciate it, and we're going to be heading off for the time being. Again, we're going to be back in less than an hour with some more StarCraft, with the OSC qualifier, with the challenger bracket. See you soon. See you soon. So I'm just waiting for this ad to finish.
But they can't, and so many are picked up.
A big clump here from Carey. Tries to split everything up.
Giant force of Ducklings rolling in and clearing down. That's massive. Clump!
Mario is once again. Has done it.
Cyril did it all, and he is a well-deserving champion.
welcome back everyone, welcome back to another bracket here of the OSC Season 12 Championship Challenger Bracket D. I'm of course your side VIP with you. I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in the chat, by my plushies as well. Welcome one and all to the second broadcast of the day. We just wrapped up with the Master Coliseum number 8, and now we are here with the OSC Championship Season 12. Here we go. Throughout the past week, we have been actually hosting these brackets, hosting these qualifiers for the main event. We have gone through bracket A, B, and C, and now we are here with bracket D, the final chance for these players to make it through into the main event. And spawning in the top right hand corner of Frostline, we have the Polish Terran player, the Red Terran, representing himself, kind of teamless. It is Spirit. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Orange Terran player, the American Terran, representing Detonate. It is Dolan. Here we go, and if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck in the chat. Spirit, of course, just now making it through into the playoff bracket of Master Coliseum. Spirit, he is in form, very much so, is favored in this series, but of course my heart has to go for Dolan. Always, happy always, the ex-CranKy Duckling himself. We're here for him. We are here for him. Also, exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at it yourselves. The bracket is live, the bracket is stacked, and we will go over the bracket after this series. Until then, we're going to be focusing on this TVT. Here we go. As our two players do face up. Also, am I crazy? Am I wild? What I'm referring to, usually am I crazy? Usually aren't there race logos next to both the players' names? Am I losing it? Are they not always there? Suddenly they're gone. I don't know, maybe I'm just too tired. it's possible. Regardless, we're going to be settling in. When it comes to this qualifier, when it comes to this bracket, with this challenger bracket, I should emphasize, 3 players. 3 players will make it through into the main event. As a result, the semi-finals of the upper brackets are going to be the qualifying matches. They're going to be best of 5s, and there's going to be a bronze match as well. The losers of those best of 5s are going to be facing up against each other in a final chance spot in a final bronze match to make it into that main event. Oh boy. So again, 3 slots, 3 spots available. But now we do see Spirit scouting, checking his third base location, making sure that everything's on the up and up. And likewise, Spirit does open up with his own standard opener. Just racks into factory into a delayed CC on the low ground. Meanwhile, Dolan across the map opting to go for the same opener. So far, so good. But when it comes to our initial openers, we're going to be diverting a little bit here. We have Spirit going to be opening up with a Hellion. Meanwhile, Dolan going to be opening up a Cyclone instead. Here we go. Cyclone based opener up against a Heli based opener instead. So Dolan just being safe. Going to be opening up safely back at home. Can be secure against any kind of drop play, any kind of early game aggression. Should be able to hold his own. As I say, that Spirit does move out. His goal here is to delay the CC, and we'll see if he can. Yeah, the CC is going to be delayed. The SCB is going to go down. We do see Dolan respond, but alas, we'll lose that worker. So far, a nice pickoff here by Spirit. Does start things off with a small win. Has to back up, has to respect that Cyclone. From here, Spirit, he will retreat. Does reinforce with additional Reaper Hellion. Following things up with his own Cyclone production, and Dolan does start things off with faster tank production instead. So Cyclone into tank here from Dolan. From here we can embrace mech, of course. Can get into a second factory. We'll keep an eye on both players. I mean, it is not unheard of for both Spirit or Dolan to get into mech and TVT. But now their tank Raven production is underway. So far everything looking as it should. As both the players are building up. Likewise, Spirit is tempted to move out, so just building up his own tank count. Ravens as well. Until then, we're going to be entering a bit of a lull period here in our TVT. Again, game 1 is going to be on Frostline. This map in general, very long rush distance by ground, a large map. The bases are exposed, referring to the 3rd and 4th base. That is where I would imagine the big contention is going to lie here in expanding and taking the 3rd. Speaking of 3rd base, now on the way for Spirit, likewise for Dolan as well. Both players are building up. No crazy 2-base all-ins, no 2-base aggression. We're going to be getting into our 3rd base expansions and getting into the mid-game. So relatively passive setup here. I mean, sure, Spirit was able to pick up 1 SCV earlier, but outside of that, we're just getting into our TBT. No major signs of aggression. We have our tech of choice. 2nd Rax on the way. Stim as well. It is going to be Bio Tank out of Dolan. And we should be seeing the same out of Spirit, as he has yet to throw down extra Raxes, but I would imagine it's going to head in that direction as well. As for now, he does fan out. So you can see Spirit, he's getting eyes on the 3rd base locations. The Reapers, they bust into the main, but the Cyclone's in position. And the Cyclone will punish. He gets 1. Gets 1 Reaper. Forces Spirit back. Behind this, 2 more Maxes on the way. So Spirit, he's working towards his bio. Stim is going to be far faster for Dolan. Bear that in mind. That might be a big factor. So he is going to be prioritizing Stim. And we'll see what he can get done with that Stim timing. As we'll soon be able to push out. Instead, Spirit is going to have a higher tank count, I believe. Yeah, barely a higher tank count for Spirit. Can set up, of course, back at home. He has units here to spot any kind of move out to give him forewarning. Stolen is going to push. Getting his 3rd base on location, so is Spirit. Spirit does start saturation. So is 3rd base slightly faster. Both players building up. We do see Spirit going to be stopping Raven production, going into faster Vikings. He does stop at 3. So 3 Ravens for both players. As Spirit gets into Vikings, we have Dolan going into Medivacs instead. I mean, with that, he has potential for drop play, that is true, but yeah, he's not really able to make use of that earlier Stim timing. Stim is later here for Spirit, but he's catching up. So they catch up with that upgrade. Getting there. So all in all, I do favor Spirit's position slightly here, just because we're not really making use of these earlier upgrade timings. I'm sure Dolan has faster 1-1, but I'm not so certain that we're actually going to make use of that. Dolan scans, sees the army. Does attempt to move out. So the Spirit, he has spread out his forces as well. So they Hellion on the right. And he does somewhat spot a move out. Spirit, he responds. HX sees the main army. Is aware. Getting in position. So far, just good vision here by Spirit. And Dolan doesn't find a way in. Oh my god. Dolan gets away. We do see Spirit going for a massive Marine counterattack. Is there anything back at him to defend? There's a handful of units. Is it going to be enough? Oh. Dolan sims in. Gets a Raven. But Marines, they hit the mineral line, and SCVs are going to go down. Massive pickups. Ay. And how many? 21 SCVs going to be going in. 22 SCVs, the Mules, and potentially the CC as well. In one fell swoop, Spirit, he does get a kill on everything here at the 3rd base. The CC as well. And he's just going to force the all in. The CC goes down. It's going to be all or nothing for Dolan. His hand has been forced. And the longer this goes on, the better it is for Spirit. And as Dolan is beating out more reinforcements. Not like this. Dolan stimming in. I mean, nice disables. The tank count is going to be reset. Nice catch here from Dolan. Takes out every single tank. But does he have enough to keep going? Again, the disables, they were on point. Tank's a little bit late to siege. Now the counter disables. And we come in first round. Despite that, Dolan is breaking through. I spoke too soon. Down to 2 tanks left. Again, that was a brutal surround. Dolan pushing in towards the 3rd base. And he has to do some damage. Does get into the SCVs. The boys are being pulled. Tanks a reposition. Oh god, it's 1 HP. Has to get out of here. Tries to siege up. One tank goes down. And Dolan, he barely doesn't have enough. Spirit holds. Spirit, he holds on. GG gets called. Dolan was completely all in. It was all or nothing, and Spirit takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Spirit does take lead in the series. As we're getting into game 2. And again, Dolan, his move out, his attack wasn't looking too bad whatsoever. Was gaining ground, was trading well. The problem is, of course, Dolan was all in, right? Dolan, he was down 22 workers. He was down a base. So trading well was not good enough for Dolan. He had to do more than that. Alas, Spirit did hold. GG. GG, well played. With that, that leads us into game number 2. And we'll see how this story ends. Will Spirit take the 2-0 or will Dolan bounce back? We're getting into game 2. It's going to be on Amygdala. Let's go. Oh, sorry. I will fix up Spirit's out of game race. There we go. So we're getting into game 2. And you can hear the beeps. We are loading in. And again, overall, we did have a relatively passive start to game number 1. A lot of it came down to the map itself. I mean, I feel like Amygdala is similar in that sense as well. We do often see a lot of 3-4 base play on this map. I do think that this map is more defendable than the previous one. The chances of trying to skirt around the edge of the map unscouted with a mass bio army is much lower on Amygdala. This is a much more defendable map. So we'll see if we can end up with a more back and forth mid-game. For now, let's jump in. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the Polish Terran player, the Red Terran, leading the series 1-0. It is Spirit. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, but also setting up the boys. The boys are moving out, setting up a proxy across the map. We have the American Terran player, the Orange Terran, for Detonate. It is Dolan. Here we go. SCVs are being sent across the map. And we do have a proxy 2 racks. Let's go. Now, back at home, gases are being taken. Typically, I would assume that this is proxy 2 racks Reaper. This is a little bit further back, but I'm still leaning towards Reaper production here. There isn't really much room for proxy add-ons for tech labs into Marauder play. But we'll keep an eye on Dolan to see how this all comes together, as we have our 3 racks set up, not 2. Okay, 1 rack's back at home, 2 across the map. Another SCV is being sent out as well. So very committed here by Dolan. And I'm curious if we are going to be going for the tech lab. Show us what you got. Meanwhile, Spirit opening up double gas. Double gas opener into a faster factory. Delayed CC by Spirit. SCV moves out for scouts to make things look as they should, and Reaper production has begun. Okay, so we have confirmation it is going to be Mass Reaper. So straight up Mass Reaper here by Dolan. Let's go. Spirit playing safe. And so far, this does look a little bit better here for Spirit. It comes down to the execution. Comes down to the control. Spirit, he does check the 3rd location, confirms there is no proxy racks, not at least at the 3rd. SCVs, they race back home. And here come the Reapers. And Dolan, he will be able to delay the CC. Oh, pokes in, doesn't quite commit though, he's waiting for extra reinforcements. There we go, waits for his 3rd Reaper. He is now up in Reaper production. And he can't commit! He gets 1! Oh my god, 1 Reaper goes down. Can he get the other? The boys are being pulled. 2nd Reaper falls. Hellion has arrived just in time. With the help of the Hellion, looks like Dolan is going to be shut down. Oh, barely will escape. Escapes with 2 of those Reapers. From here, we'll reinforce. CC is still on the way. And now there's a 2nd Hellion in production. Reapers, they dive back into the main base. Going for the Hellion, but alas, it looks like from here, Spirit, he should have enough to hold on. Yeah, 2nd Hellion has arrived. The Reapers, they line up. Have to get the hell out of here. Another Reaper falls. Dolan, he at least does delay the CC, but he's hoping for more damage. The control's too good. The Hellion survives. Reapers go down. Spirit holds. And Spirit, he has, yeah. Spirit, he does holds on. He does have a base over his opponent. We're learning about Cliffs today. And Spirit, he will take the series at 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Very nice defense there by Spirit. He does hold quite nicely. Very impressive. Meanwhile, my condolences here to Dolan as he is going to be knocked out of the first round in our bracket. Speaking of, now is the time. Now is the time. Exclamation mark. Be in the chat if you guys want to have a look back yourselves. Let us switch our scenes over and catch up on what's been going on. From the top, we have Mixu. Mixu's waiting for the winner of Hatsu and GG Machine. Little Zerg players are in the top half of the brackets. Are going to be facing off against each other. Scrolling down, we have Lunacy. Lunacy versus Arrowfire in a PvP when it goes up against Spirit in the next round. So best of luck. That is going to be a TVP in the quarterfinals. Scrolling further down, we have Art. Art's waiting for the winner of Mana and Replicant. They're currently facing off in a Protoss versus Terran matchup. They are currently facing off in that PvT. Scrolling down, we have Iba versus Zemestis, also facing off in a PvZ. Best of luck. I'm assuming that. I know that Iba does often play Zerg or Protoss, depending on what he does favor at the time. So I'm not entirely certain as to what that matchup is currently, so we'll soon find out. Scrolling down, we have another PvP between Jamek and UED Soldier. Great to see Jamek once again. Jamek is not the most active of players, but always a treat to see him in these open cups, in these online events. So best of luck. Best of luck to all these players here. And again, as a reminder, the qualifying matches are going to be here at the semifinals. The grand finals is not going to be played, so the best of fives is going to be held one round earlier. Likewise, the losing players of these two rounds, of these two matches, are going to be facing off in the bronze match, in the third place match instead. Oh boy, so top three will make it through. And we will try to get our hands on one of these next matches. I mean, a lot of matches are ongoing. And again, congratulations, Spirit. He is one of the heavy favorites to qualify, to make it through into the main event. Spirit is definitely one of the heavy favorites. Coming into this, I would say that Mana has also been looking very impressive as of late. So those are the top two players that my eyes are on. But despite that, remember, there's 3 spots, and I feel like there's a lot of competition amongst all of these players. Players like Mixu, players like GG Machine, Arrowfire, Art, Iba, Sebestis. A lot of these players are quite close in skill, and yeah, we'll see. We'll see if upsets are going to be caused and who can make a deeper and deeper run in this event. We'll find out. We will find out. For the time being, though, we're going to be going on a short break. A lot of this event is European focused. We did, of course, just have our American representation in Dolan, and we have some Korean representation in Lunacy. But if I'm not mistaken, I believe it's only Dolan and Lunacy that aren't based in Europe. I think everyone else is. I mean, again, it's quite late in Korea. It's currently 2:30 a.m. in the morning here in Australia, and I think it's midnight in Korea, so it's quite late. It's also very early in the morning in the Americas, so a bit of a more European-focused time slot here for the event itself, for the qualifier. So again, best of luck. Best of luck to all the competitors. Looks like we just got an update. GG Machine takes down Hatsu 2-0. GG Machine going to be up against Mixu in the next round in that ZVZ. Best of luck. Best of luck. As they are going to be facing off. And for now, we're going to be going on a short break. We're waiting for one of these matches to open up for us, and then we'll jump in, and then we will have our next series. Until then, see you soon. Take this moment to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and hydrate all of your hydras. We'll be back soon with some more StarCraft. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our second match of our second broadcast of the night. Welcome back. We just wrapped up with Spirit versus Dolan, and now we are hopping up a little bit further here in the bracket to our next match, to our ZVZ, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Frostline. We have our yellow Zerg player. We have a yellow Zerg representing 3D Clan. It is GG Machine. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Finnish Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Mlem. It is Mixu. Mlem for Clem. Ah, beautiful. As we are settling in, now we did just get an update, and I believe Fire versus Spirit is going to begin momentarily. That was announced as we were setting up our lobbies here for the ZVZ, so it is a little bit unfortunate. We were already kind of committed to our next series, but if all goes well, and if this series is a little bit shorter, then we will be able to catch a tail end of that match. Just for some greater context though, the winner of Mixu versus GG Machine goes up against the winner of Spirit and Fire. So these two kind of matches, they face off against each other in a qualifying match. They lead into each other, is what I should say. Oh my god, Jesus. Mixu, calm down. Oh my god. The rallies was crazy. As the overloads are moving out, so far a hatch gas pool, standard openers here from our players. Nothing too crazy, nothing too wild, not yet. As we are loading into Frostline. And again, the map is quite spacious, quite wide open. We, I would imagine, would be embracing some Lingbane aggression here coming into the mid-game. We'll keep an eye on our players when it comes to the timing of their gases, timing of their Baneliness, whether or not they take their third bases, whether or not they skip their Baneliness as well. There are options with how our players do want to play this out. But in general, I feel like Lingbane aggression is going to be embraced here on Frostline. Here we go. As link speed is on the way. You see Mixu staying in gas. GG Machine does pull out. As a result, Mixu will have a little bit of extra gas here to work with extra Banelings if he did want to be aggressive and assertive. Keep an eye on Mixu as he does move out for a scout. To have GG Machine setting up for his third. Likewise, so is Mixu. Both players expanding. Baneliness going to be on the way from the side of our blue Zerg player behind the mineral line. As we did mention before, Mixu did mine extra gas, and that is for the earlier and more committed Baneliness. Oh boy. Now, GG Machine, upon scouting the natural base, upon not seeing any Baneliness, then GG Machine, he might be tempted to delay his own and even cancel his own nest. Hopefully he doesn't. Now, he's holding on. His own nest is on the way. You see Mixu is building up Lings. It looks like Mixu is going for an all-in. Looks like he's just banking up Lings and he's going for a Link Flood. He's going for a Bane Bust. Now, thankfully, GG Machine is not cutting corners. He is still getting his own defensive Baneliness. It's going to be later, but it's still going to be available. And we'll see if it's going to be enough. As Banelings are morphing in across the map. It's going to be 4 Banelings in total. Lings, we pull the trigger. And Mixu, it's all or nothing. Either he breaks GG Machine here and now, or he dies trying. More Banelings morphing in. Going for the Queens. We have some defensive Banelings also morphing in here for GG Machine. They're going to be denied. Oh, Banelings are denied. Lings, they get on top of the Queen. No transfused on the Venji. One Queen goes down. And he wants the other. Ooh, barely won't quite get it. Banelings, oh no! They crash in. They connect with the Lings. They connect with the drones. Some wasted Banelings over. One more Baneling, one more Finn. And that's going to be 6 drones going down. And Mixu, can he keep rallying? Does he have enough? He's running out of steam. He's running out of steam. He's forced to back off. GG Machine has time to build up his own Banelings. Bearing in mind that the yellow Zerg is still up in drones. And GG Machine, he holds. He does hold. It's going to be a Mixu to back off. To drone. You can see back at home he is saturating his bases. Eva Chamber's on the way. Queen almost surrounded. Let's get surrounded. Mixu rotating around. So far, GG Machine is keeping up. It's keeping up. Zones away. Oh, it's going to be a bit of a waste. 2 Banelings, they do get picked up. And all the best trades here from our yellow Zerg. Nice target firing with the Queens. GG Machine is still holding. Still holding on. Roach Warren on the way. GG Machine, he's still sticking with 25 drones. He's still not droning up. And now it's time for the counter all in. Meanwhile, Lings, they flood into the main. Distracting. 2 Banelings morphing in as well. Oh, does he notice? Did he? Oh, he did! Thankfully. Did notice in time. Yellow Zerg just now droning up. Still very committed. Still is quite committed as he moves out. Threatens a dive towards the natural. Gets us around. Gets a queen. Oh, at least tries to. Oh my god, the Baneling shots are brutal though. Mixuki does defend. Lings hit the third base. They get a couple of drone kills. Not bad. A couple of workers do go down. Flanking Baneling is not ideal. No! There's still 1 Baneling left. And again, the Banelings, they buy a lot of time. A bit of miscontrol there from GG Machine. Does want the queen. Will get it. But once again, throws away the Banelings, and with that, Mixui's holding. So just some chaotic control here by GG Machine was less than ideal. Doesn't get enough damage, is behind in workers. Still on 36 drones. And Mixu, throughout all this, has been building up a larger and larger Roach army. And Mixu's getting ready for his own counterattack. And I'm worried for GG Machine. Just doesn't have enough to defend. Things they threaten the counterattack. Mixu moving in. Let's move in, checking the army tab. Mixu's got 19 roaches to the 13 of GG Machine. The Queens, they do add some support, they do help. And reinforcements are on the way. With the defensive advantage, GG Machine, he can hold on. He can and he will. Does barely hold on. Gets a full surround. Very nicely done. Completely shuts down the army. Mixu did overextend. Yeah, a little bit too overconfident there from Mixu. And we have a back and forth. Like the worker counts are neck and neck. Now it's time for GG Machine to counterattack as well. It's still very tense, very close between both players. Down the wild. Oh my god. Takes in the Ravager. Ravager goes down. GG Machine still rallying. If he's not careful, it's going to be his turn to overextend and to be called out. Is keeping up. He is keeping up, going for a Ling Run at the same time. Third base is exposed for GG Machine. Looks like he did notice and does respond. Pulls away. Going for the surround of the Biles. They do not connect. He was banking on those Biles. With that, with those Ling reinforcements, oh, he's trying to gain ground. But he runs out of Lings. And no more Lings here for GG Machine. That means that he just doesn't have enough to break through. Mixu, he will defend. And he cleans up every single Roach, every single Ravager as well. GG Machine trying to escape here. Escapes with maybe 1 Roach. Maybe. 1 escapes. And that Mixu is droning. Mixu is droning. +1 range is almost done. A layer is on the way for, of course, Roach speed. It's the +2. And GG Machine is just now starting his layer. It's so late. So delayed. And Mixu looking good. It's looking solid so far. It does get somewhat caught out. I'm not too in love with the idea of Mixu pushing though. Again, time and time again, we've seen the aggressor struggle to really end the game, to really break through, and they end up throwing away too much. So Mixu now he backs off, taking gases, saturating his third base. +1 range is done. Can now work towards +2. And speaking of there, it is +2 is on the way, roach speed as well. Mixu just has to calm things down and hit that +2 timing. No need to overextend from at least the side of the blue Zerg player. Really, the pressure is on GG Machine. The pressure is on the yellow Zerg, just because they are behind in the upgrades and behind in economy. Third base not sufficiently saturated. Still on a very low drone count. And soon Mixu should be able to skyrocket ahead. As Mixu is going to be the first to max. He's close to maxing out at this point. GG Machine still at 2.5 base all in. 47 drones. He's focusing on his roach army. I mean, technically he can take a fight. He's just all in. If it goes too poorly, then GG Machine won't really have an economy to sustain those losses. Bold mainly run by. Doesn't quite get anything done. And here we go. Mixu's max. He's maxed out. He's got that 200 supply. And here he should be trading. As roaches, they get across the map. They hit the fourth. Mixu not much room to defend. The Wilds! Oh, the Wilds do connect. Likewise, they also connect in favor of Mixu. Ooh. Now, once again, Mixu just tanking the Wilds. Oh my god, they just keep connecting. But despite that, Mixu just barreling on through. Numbers are on his side. Despite the Wilds, it doesn't matter. And GG gets called. Mixu will take game number 1. GG. GG will play a very chaotic game 1, very back and forth. There were moments for Mixu, moments for GG Machine, but at a certain point, both players did end their aggression. They attempted to stabilize on 3 bases, and Mixu was the first to drone, to saturate, to embrace those upgrades, to tech up, and was able to embrace that mid-game that much faster here compared to GG Machine, and of course, end up with that maxed out army, with that upgrade advantage as well. And Mixu does take game number 1, and now we're jumping into game 2. Ooh, and we're going to be loading into a newer map here. We're going to be loading into Erehome. What I'm referring to here is that we do feature a unique map pool, specifically here in the OSC bracket, and I would imagine the end of year season championship as well. We do have an extended map pool where Abyssal Reef has been stripped away, has been taken out of the map pool, and instead we're incorporating some of these otherwise TLMC maps. Let's go. Let's embrace it. As in the top right hand corner, we have the yellow Zerg player. The yellow Zerg down in the series. We'll see if he bounce back. Representing 3D Clan, it is GG Machine. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the Finnish Zerg player, the blue Zerg. Spawning in the bottom left hand corner of Erehome, it is Mixu. Leading the series 1-0. Again, he's one more game to close it out, to advance onto a qualifying match. We'll see if we can get there. For now, it's going to be the initial 15 Overlord. Does move out. Extractor trick, I should say. The initial extractor trick into expand. GG Machine going for the much more stock standard hatch gas pool. And we're settling it. Now, when it comes to some of the features here of Airhome, I'm very unfamiliar with the map itself. We do have, this is something that we don't see too often anymore, but we have multiple layered Reaper cliffs coming in towards the main. Likewise, very defendable natural, as there is a ramp coming into said natural base, so a lot more defendable on two bases. There's quite a lot of room here behind the natural. This can be used for proxies and other matchups. I'm referring to Terran and Protoss space proxies. They can be set up here behind the middle line. That can be a factor 100%. When it comes to the rush distance by ground, oh, I remember this map. We've casted here before. I recall. We do see that the center of the map is very narrow. There's some very narrow locations here which you can use to great effect to slow down something like an all-in. I'm referring to this very narrow location in the dead center of the map. Likewise, we have points of elevation here as well. We have a narrow ramp coming in towards the third, and then of course a narrow ramp coming in towards the natural as well. So if you do scout an all-in ahead of time, you can slow down quite significantly ahead of time. That is very true. Meanwhile, the third base and fourth base locations, they're a little bit more secure compared to Frostline. I would say that, but at the same time, they're still very spread out as well. So they're still a little bit isolated from each other. I would say still more defendable than Frostline, but yeah, we'll see how we do embrace this map. Let's go. For now, we do have our initial openers into our third bases. Third base soon to be on the way for Mixu, and likewise on the way for GG Machine as well. Here we go. Here we go, Baneliness for Mixu. If you recall last game, the game did begin with Mixu going for a Link Flood Bane bust, which did not go scouted and had a lot of potential, but did not quite kill GG Machine. Did give him a nice advantage though. This time a much more standard opener here. Baneliness for both players. Joining up. Mixu does start a wave of 10 Lings. GG Machine not too far behind him. Not too far. Is going Hydra ever good in ZVZ Roach Wars, or do you just want to make more Ravagers instead? There is a place for Lurker tech in ZVZ. Basically, like you would only really want to make Hydras, one, if your opponent's going Muta. So if you're ever up against Mutas, then Hydras, they have to be your response. But typically, if you're locked in Roach versus Roach Wars, going into Hydras can be a very difficult thing to do, because if you're making Hydras, if you're teching into Hydras, that means that's money that you're not spending on Roaches. So typically, it means that you're going to be falling behind in Roach Ravager, and if your opponent dives in, then you can just straight up die. Like if you're caught mid-transition into Hydra production, then you can just straight up fall over. Likewise, Hydras are not ideal against Roach Ravager in head-on fights. Usually in ZVZ, when you're up against a ground army, Hydras are merely a stepping stone into Lurkers. Like Lurkers are what you want. Like Lurkers are like the ideal late game unit to go into Lurker Viper tech. That is where you want to head in a longer game state. But that's like, you know, 4 or 5A saturation sort of era. Sort of phase of ZVZ. But that's if the game can end up in that direction. Until then, did have some Ling aggression here at the third base. We see GG Machine attempting a counterattack, but Mixu, he's already embracing his Roach production, the Roaches they have built up, and Mixu, he has survived the Ling Bane phase of ZVZ. He has since survived. Both players now saturating their bases, saturating their thirds. No Evo Chamber. There we go. I was a little bit concerned. There it is, Evo Chamber now on the way for those upgrades. And we're getting into the Roach v Roach phase of ZVZ. Now we have a bit of a give and take. Mixu will have the faster Evo Chamber and faster +1 range as a result. Meanwhile, GG Machine, a faster lair. With this, it can go into faster Roach speed, of course, or even a faster Spire. That is going to be available here to GG Machine. +1 range on the way, actually on par with each other. +1 range has begun at the same time. Both players saturating their bases, joining up. Still no lair. The longer this goes on without a lair, the more concerned I am for Mixu and for GG Machine as well, as this may just be a hashtag all-in. Oh boy. Okay. Yeah, a little bit concerning here. As Mixu, he is cutting workers at 58. He's massing out more roaches. We'll take an extra gas geyser. A lot of gases, actually. Getting his gas at the third. And the gas is at the natural. Is this a mistake that it doesn't have a lair? Like, it's very late. But he's droning up. So I'm a little bit concerned here for Mixu. As again, he's saturating. Getting up to proper 3-base saturation. Failing run by waddles in. Mixu does defend. Mixu getting a what is happening? He's getting a 4th base. Am I crazy? Yeah, no lair. There's no lair, there's no roach speed. Soon he's gonna want to start +2, but he won't be able to. Oh, it's a cancel on the 4th. And Mixu, I mean, this should just be all in at this point. At this point, I have to believe it is intentional. So he's just going for a hashtag 1+1 range all in. It's going to be all or nothing for Mixu. Mixu, he is up in army supply. Bear that in mind. He is up in army supply. He has a massive amount of roaches. And he pulls the trigger, and it's all or nothing. It's all or nothing for Mixu. Just a complete all in. Back at home, GG Machine trying to build himself up. Is down in army. And he's forced to engage. And Mixu just trying to brute force his way in. And he's gaining ground. And forcing his way up the ramp. And breaks through the defensive line of roaches. 16 roaches in production, but it might just be too late. Yeah, Mixu, he may have just done it. I say that reinforcements trickling in. GG Machine barely trying to hold on. Unfortunately, no transfuse. Just barely no transfuse. Queens are going down. Boys are being pulled. GG Machine, he can't afford to lose some workers. And can he hold on? It's close. As both players down to 57 workers. At the same time, we do have a drop across the map, wreaking havoc. 3rd base under fire. And Mixu, it looks like he has done it for the most part. He has broken the expansion. Getting into the main army. Shaving off more drones. And GG Machine, despite having that lair, not able to make full use of it. Was caught with his pants down. The all-in hits too hard. GG gets called, and Mixu with the 3-base saturation, 4-base all-in. Let's go, all on hashtag. Mixu will advance on to a qualifying match. GG. GG, well played. It was a very close defense. Unfortunately, GG Machine, he didn't know what was happening, didn't scout. Because of that, he was droning, he was teching, and unfortunately, he wasn't quite focusing on setting up for that defense. If he had known what was happening, I'm sure we would have seen some spine crawlers, and of course, a hyperfixation on just pure roach production. Alas, GG Machine, he was caught with his pants down, was not fully aware what was going on, and with that, Mixu advances on. And we're here to find out who faces off against Mixu in the next round. As we switch our scenes over and catch up on the bracket. Okay, from the top, we spoke earlier, Arcfire did take down Lunacy to the 0, and now we have a PvT between Arcfire and Spirit. They're currently mid-series, and the winner goes up against Mixu. Mixu is waiting in the next round, so best of luck to Arcfire and Spirit. We'll most likely wait for that series to wrap up before jumping into the first qualifying match. Scrolling down, we have Iba. Iba takes down Zabestes 2-0. Likewise, Jomek takes down UD Soldier 2-1, and we have Iba versus Jomek in the second round. Best of luck. Meanwhile, it looks like we still have a first round match that is still ongoing. That is Mana versus Replicant. Looks like they are still mid-series. They're facing off as we speak in a best of 3. Winner goes up against Art in the next round. So this match is still ongoing. And again, as we mentioned, currently, at least for us, we are going to be focusing on just waiting for Arcfire and Spirit to open up, either for their match to finish or to jump into either game 2 or the ace match. One or the other. So we'll either jump in mid-series or we'll be following the winner into Mixu. That is the plan for the stream. Is going to be the plan. with that, we are going to be setting up. I guess we're going to be going on a short break. Going to be going on a short break here, as we do have some downtime. Here we go. Yes, the soup does not lie. Doesn't lie. Not in that game. Not in mirror matchups. Not often. But yeah, for now we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have our next series. And again, the hope is either we jump into Arcfire versus Spirits, or we jump into the winner versus Mixu. That is the plan. Best of luck to the matches that are happening in the lower half of the bracket, but we're focusing on the upper half for the time being. That is the plan. See you soon. and welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OSC as we returned with the first qualifying match of the night. A match that I was not expecting, I'll be honest. We just got an update. I did just post in the Twitch chat, but Spirit was the heavy favorite to make a deep run in this tournament and even qualify for the main event. But Spirit is no longer in the tournament. Spirit, he was knocked out 2-0 by our Protoss player. And I'm a little bit in shock, a little bit in awe, and we are about to jump into our first best of 5, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Erehome TLMC 17. We have the Finnish Zerg player, the blue Zerg. It is Mixu. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Spirit Slayer himself. We have the French Protoss, the red Protoss. It is Aragfire. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck in the chat. As a reminder, this is a best of 5 qualifying match. And again, I'm shocked to see that Spirit is no longer in the event. The match was actually happening at the same time as our ZVZ. So while we were covering GG Machine versus Mixu, Aragfire versus Spirit was ongoing. And they did wrap up at around the similar time. Ooh, as the probe is going to be shut down. And Mixu is forced to take the unnatural natural. Oh boy, okay, it's all coming together here. It's going to be Hatch Gas Pool opener here at a Mixu, does shut down the probe, and is forced into a bit of a more awkward start here. We'll see how Aragfire does approach this. Now, Aragfire, he's a player that has been less active. He's been less active specifically this year. He was very active, especially during the COVID era of StarCraft, during the proper seasons of EPT, but this year, 2024, Aragfire, he was playing in less and less tournaments. He was still active every now and then. We'll play like in 1 or 2 events a month, nothing too major, but it's great to see him back, and for him to take down Spirit 2-0 is a big statement here from Aragfire, showing that he still has it in him, and he may be the one to make it instead, to make it into the main event. Oh boy, we're here to find out. We are here to find out. Let's go. For now, we do have our initial Ling opener here to just keep our bases safe and sound. Mixu going to be opening up with his queens, joining up, saturating his bases, and we'll see what Aragfire can get done. It's going to be the Stargate opener back at home. Meanwhile, welcome one and all to Erehome. We were just here in the previous ZVZ when Mixu went for the 4-base all-in, or I guess 3-base saturation, hashtag all-in. It was a crazy build out of Mixu in that previous ZVZ. As we saw, the rush distance by ground is very short, so you can make use of that, of course. The downside is, of course, the ramps and the choke points that you can make use of. Our last GG Machine was unable to do so. We'll see how Aragfire approaches this instead. I would imagine that Mixu would be aggressive this game. Speaking of, he's making Lings, and he's not joining. There we go. It's going to be a Ling Queen flood here across the map. Lings are moving out. They get scouted. But Aragfire is going to be caught out. One and Dev will shade across the map just barely in time. Does shade. There are 3 Lings here to catch it, but alas, only 3 Lings. The Dev will get away, and so far so good. Aragfire, he's holding. He's throwing down a wall of shield batteries, a wall of pylons as well. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Aragfire. And Mixu, he's still committed. Yeah, GG gets called. There's a full wall up going on, and Aragfire will take game number 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Good scouting, good read out of Aragfire. Unfortunately, Mixu, he was unable to hide his all-in well enough to try to, of course, catch his opponent off guard. Ideally, you're able to catch Aragfire with, you know, insufficient wall off here back at home, getting a 3rd base, taking an expansion, and likewise with that shield batteries at the natural as well. But alas, we saw that Aragfire, he was heavily fortified. Perfectly fine. GG. GG well played. Just like that, Aragfire takes a lead, and we'll see if he can continue that lead here and make his way further in this series. Up next, we're going to be loading into Whispers of Gold. Here we go. I wonder if Spirit got caught trying to cheese too. I'm not entirely convinced of that, just because I mean it's possible. Definitely, I mean anything is possible. But their series was longer than ours, right? We did have to wait. I mean that's why we had some extended downtime, is because at least the second game of Aragfire versus Spirit was a longer game, so we had to wait for them to wrap up first. So I mean it's possible that maybe there was like some failed cheese and some failed aggression, which led into a longer game state with Aragfire taking a lead. That is possible. But I mean, as we saw previously from Spirit here in tonight's broadcast, we cast a lot of Spirit in Mass Coliseum. He wasn't really too aggressive in TVP, much more mid-game oriented. Regardless, we're settling into game 2, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have our blue Zerg player. We have our blue Zerg from Lena, Finland. We'll see if he can bounce back and make a series out of this. It is Mixu. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player, the French Protoss, leading the series 1-0. It is Arog Fire. But yeah, based on the, I mean, we did cast a lot of Spirits TVP tonight. We cast Spirit versus Xian and Spirit versus Clem earlier today. And again, it's typically more mid-game focused, at least in the TVP matchup. Regardless, I mean, that's why it's quite impressive for Aragfire to have won that series. Again, I would imagine in more longer standard games. But this is a different matchup, and we have yet to really embrace this PvZ. You know, game 1 did end very quickly, very abruptly. Once again, we're loading into Whispers of Gold. For those that are curious, this is the one of the smallest maps in the map pool. I'm actually a little bit uncertain as to which rush distance is shorter, either Whispers of Gold or El Dorado. I think El Dorado is shorter if you mine through the mineral patches, and if both players expand towards each other, towards the south side, towards the top side, I'm a little bit uncertain as of that. Regardless, a very aggressive map. Very aggressive, short rush distance by ground. The 3rd and 4th bases are exposed. We have seen a lot of Zerg players go for all-ins. We've seen a lot of 2-base all-ins, 3-base all-ins, German taxis, queen walks across the map. We've seen a lot of aggression here from our Zerg players, and I would imagine Mixu is going to be doing something similar here as well. I don't expect to see another Link Flood. I don't expect another Link Flood, but I expect, you know, in the mid game with a bit greater saturation, aggression here from the Zerg. We'll see. We shall see. As Aragfire is on patrol, back at home, Stargate opener, everything looking as it should. Stargate opener into Oracle, into a 3rd base. Really, my eyes are going to be on Mixu to see his saturation, to see his gas income, to see if he takes earlier tech. What does he go for? For now, he pulls out. Does pull out of gas, getting his 3rd base, and joining up. So far, nothing crazy here out of Mixu, just getting a safety amount of links initially. As our players are setting up and settling in. The initial 2 adepts have arrived. They can threaten a dive into the mineral lines. So far, Mixu, he is keeping up. He does fully wall off. Nice Evo block there from Mixu. Adept shade to the other side. They take off a Ling. Pick up another. Just a couple of Lings here and there as they head into the main. Again, force back, and just really careful play here out of Aragfire. He doesn't commit into a base, he doesn't throw away his adepts. Because the adepts survive, they can race back home and get in position to defend the 3rd base. So just really careful play here by Aragfire as he gets into his 3-base economy. Meanwhile, the Oracle has arrived. Ooh, Aragfire going to be spending energy here to chase down a couple of Lings. Best use of that energy, but regardless moves out. 2nd Oracle's on the way. 3rd base now being taken. And again, really my eyes are going to be on Mixu here to keep up with the defense of the Oracle. So far, though, 2-3 drones going to be going down. Almost 4. 3 drone kills, nice damage by Aragfire. Behind this, ooh, a faster Twilight Council. Into a gateway, into another gateway. And this could be one of 2 things. This could either be fast glaive adepts, could be fast glaives here out of Aragfire, or fast blink. Based on the kind of player that Aragfire is, I would imagine this is going to be blink stalkers, but I mean, glaives is still going to be a viable option here for Aragfire. Regardless, an aggressive build here from the Protoss. And I mean, this goes both ways, right? I was talking earlier how on this map we've seen a lot of all-ins from the side of Zerg players, likewise from the side of Protoss as well. Like, aggression is just favored on this map. As Mixu is ready to creep forward. There is on the way, they're around the 5-minute mark. And we have the answer, Blink. Okay, there's going to be Blink Stalkers here out of Aragfire. So, as a result, there's going to be an earlier Blink timing from the Protoss. He can be more aggressive and more assertive early on. But you can see Mixu is spreading creep very aggressively towards the 3rd base of Aragfire. The goal here will be to knock down the rocks and to commit across the map. Lings are amassing. Mixu is cutting workers at 52. And Mixu will he drone any further? For now, he's waiting for his Roach Horn, waiting for his lair as well. Oracles, they hit the natural. They get one more drone. And the other plus side here for Arcfire, because this Twilight Council is so early, because Blink is so early, it means that Blink is going to be ready for the all-in. And it is an all-in. So Mixu is going all-in, and again, Blink will be available. There won't be any upgrades, of course, there's no Forge, but against this kind of play, I do actually like Arcfire's position, as long as you realize what's going on. For now, he's already being proactive at clearing up creep, which will delay reinforcements. And Mixu, again, he hasn't made a drone in quite some time. He's purely making Lings and Roaches. It is an all-in out of Mixu. The Lings, they do get across the map. Arcfire, he's distracted. You can see he's setting up for his own all-in. Shaving off Lings. Oh, catching out the Queens. He gets one. He gets one. He gets two. Back at home. Oh, the Lings, they get shut down. Shield battery did fall, but they have to be quick to replace it. Allows they shut down the pylon. Yeah, reinforcements on the front lines are going to be delayed. Alas, Mixu is forced back. Again, it's kind of weird, a weird dynamic. Basically, both players are trying to all-in each other. So the proxy pylon is cleaned up, but Mixu is still not droning. Arcfire has the better economy. Arcfire now he's taking up. Okay, he recognized what's going on. He now realizes, he's like, hold up, I should just defend. And now he's taking Forge on the way. Shield batteries charge as well. Lings, they attempt to surround. Oh, they catch out 3 Stalkers. I say 3. Really, they only get 1. Oh my god. Only 1 Stalker goes down. Arcfire throwing down more shield batteries, preparing here at the 3rd. But again, he wants to be proactive. He wants to engage out in the center of the map and then kite back to those shield batteries to the stasis traps. As Lings, they do hit the natural. So for Arcfire, he is in position, he does respond. +1 attack is now on the way for Arcfire. Charge now done as well. Oh, a bit of an odd blink there from the Protoss. Gets a Ravager. Gets a couple of units here and there. Templar Archives on the way. That's going to be for Archon production for potential Storm. I do still favor the Arcfire's position here. Being very efficient with his trades. We'll lose 1 Stalker, shaving off more Lings. Picking up Roaches. Once again, very nice control. I'm afraid to look at the trades where they're going. 9 Stalkers have gone down so far. 9 Stalker for 78 Lings. 4 Roaches and 2 Ravagers. Just very efficient trades. See Mixu going for a split push. Ooh, getting caught out. Yeah, Roaches do fall. Stasis about to run out. We can see Mixu still just purely making Ling Roach. Mixu has not made drones in minutes. It's been a very long time. Oh, that's around. Roaches, they get caught out. And things are looking bleak here for Mixu. He's committing on the right-hand side, runs into one of the stasis. Stasis goes off on the Lings. It just gives time here to Arcfire as he responds. He rotates. Files, they take down one of the pylons. There's still 2 more shield batteries behind this. Yeah, and it's all or nothing for Mixu. Tries to commit in. Meanwhile, Storm is done. Oh my god, and the Storm connects. GG gets called, and Arcfire, he defends. He takes a 2-0 lead in the series. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Arcfire 1 game away from qualifying. 1 game is all he needs. And I'm not opposed to how both players approached this game. Game number 2, of course, on Whispers of Gold. As we were saying leading into it, how aggression is favored on Whispers of Gold. We saw both players attempt all in each other, but in that attempt, I did favor Arcfire as he was able to, of course, get into really fast blink, have a much more efficient army much earlier on, and completely just pick Mixu apart Very impressive play there by Arcfire. Was able to shut him down, and again, Mixu couldn't transition out of that. We had some really rough stasis traps going to be going off. At least Mixu was able to shut down the initial proxy pylon and reinforcing pylon, but outside of that, things were looking worse and worse there as time went on. And now we're getting into game 3, and I'm hoping that we can begin the comeback here. I'm hoping that we can bounce back and make a series out of this, get to game 4, potentially even game 5, but the pressure is going to be on Mixu here to bring it back. Let's go. Let us go. Now we're going to be loading into a much larger map. We're going to be loading into Amygdala. This is where I would say that this map favors more mid to late game play. The bases here are much more secure. It is much more awkward to commit to an all-in on this map. Not impossible, but just a little bit more awkward here. So I expect to see something more passive, something more macro-oriented from both sides. But we'll keep an eye on our players. We're getting into game number 3. Let us go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, we have our Finnish Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg. Down in the series, up against the wall. He has to fight back here and now to, again, make a series out of this. It is Mixu, the Finnish Zerg. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player from the land of France, leading the series 2-0, 1 game away from qualifying and making it into the main event. It is Arcfire. 2 queens. Yeah, I mean, catching the queens was really nice as well. I mean, there's just a lot went in favor of Arcfire. Like there was, that was a lot that went well for the Protoss in that last game. Definitely, is a lot that did go well. But again, now we can settle into a very, very different map. A map where you can secure yourself on at least 3 bases a little more easily. The 4th base can be awkward depending on which 4th base you take. If you expand on the right hand side, then you can expand towards your opponents behind your army. If you're being more aggressive and more assertive, you can try to rush into the goal base, which is very dependent on whether you have map control. If you do, then hey, you can get away with the gold and you can snowball out of control. If you don't, then the goal base is going to be punished, very much so, and it can be very difficult to maintain this position. So we'll see what bases we end up in. But before that, we'll see what kind of openers we go for. We're imagining a Stargate opener out of Arcfire. He has gone Stargate every game so far, so no reason to deviate, especially on Amygdala. Meanwhile, Mixu, he has gone for all-ins 2 games in a row. Game 1 was a Link Flood, Game 2 was a 2.5 base all-in, essentially. It was under 3 base saturation. If you remember, 52 drones. It was like 52 drones or 53, like 2.5 base all-in out of Mixu. Here I'm expecting like proper saturation. Like I'm expecting, you know, 6 to 6 drones, like 3 base saturation, 4th base for larva at least. We'll see. Technically, you can try to be a little bit cheeky on this map just because of the nature of the map itself, and try to rush into a Spire, into Muta play, for example. I wouldn't be opposed to that. But now, 3rd base is being taken for Mixu. Oh, that's a probe. Does escape. Meanwhile, there's a take of choice. Stargate opener out of Arcfire. Again, no surprise here is going to be the Stargate. But just like the previous game, our eyes are going to be on the tech timing. We'll see when he throws down that Twilight Council. That will be indicative of how aggressive or how macro-oriented Arcfire plans on being. Would be the timing of the follow-up tech. Again, because the early Twilight Council that we saw last game, it led into early Blink, into early aggression. Here, Oracle's on the way. Arcfire poking in with the Adepts. Takes down 1 Link so far, nothing major. And will shade away. Does shade back home. Arcfire setting up to expand here at the triangular 3rd location. Mixu will delay. Oh, and can he get the probe? Up! Oh, can he get it? Oh my god, just barely. Probe goes down. Nice little pickoff. Likewise, Lings, they move in for a 2nd delay. But this time the Adepts are ready. Does rotate around, does not get the probe. This time Arcfire does defend. Oracle moves out. Second Oracle's on the way. And last game, by now we would have seen a Twilight Council. So for the time being, we are just focusing on the economy, probing up. Ooh, no sport. The third Queen's a little bit out of position. One drone goes down. Second Oracle's on the way. There's that Twilight Council. And we should be seeing a Forge alongside it. If it's going to be a gateway, we may just go for earlier blink again. Okay, there's a Forge. So Forge is on the way. And again, this Twilight Council was thrown down at the halfway mark of the third base. So much later compared to normal. And again, because of the Forge, we're building up towards +1, focusing on upgrades and less so on a gateway explosion and on aggression. So Aragfire, he's setting up for a longer game state. Meanwhile, Mixu getting a safety Roach Warren. Likewise, droning up, saturating his third base, getting up fourth as well. And hey, we're macroing. We're headed towards the mid game. No signs of aggression from either player. There's Blinken +1, as we did mention. Third base getting saturated. And from here, Aragfire has a couple of different options. He could commit into a gateway composition with +1 blink and charge, as one Queen goes down. But he could commit into mass gateways. He could try to transition, take gases, and go into a Robo, into a Bay, into Colossus. Could go Templar Archives instead into Storm. Gases are being taken. And there's the tech of choice, Templar Archives. So Storm is the tech here for Aragfire. And again, Aragfire has a very small army, has been, not really, or hasn't even had gateways to warp in, just teching and focusing on that next step. Or of course they dip in, they get 2 drones. Two workers go down, not bad. Mixu getting his 4th, now getting a 5th base as well. Still droning, still saturating. It looks like he's going to be focusing on Ling Roach Ravager. We'll see if he takes into Hydras and Lurkers. For now, he's focusing on Ling Ravager, or Ling Roach. There's a splash damage of choice. I mean, Temple Archives means Storm, so Storm is on the way. Aragfire, he has eyes on the 5th. And can he force a cancel? Oh! Things to engage. Aragfire, he has to back up. Stasis Trap is barely going to finish in time. Oh my god, catching out the Lings! No, the Roaches are exposed. Roach is going to be going down. Extensive losses here for Mixu. Ah, that Stasis was brutal. And the base goes down. That's a kill in the expansion. Roaches did fall, and Aragfire, he gets away. Nice trades here from the Protoss. Mixu, he has to back up. And bearing in mind the soup does lie, Mixu's supply is inflated because of Roaches, as they're not the most efficient of armies. Cost efficient even. Supply efficient. Efficient in general. So Mixu's building up. Knocks down the rocks, trying to retake a 5th. Mixu is knocking down those rocks, gaining access to the center of the map. Aragfire likewise building up, banking up storms. He's got 6 High Templar. That's a lot of storms. And Mixu is going to be the first to max out. Now pushing in, takes down the cannon. Where are the storms? Yeah, brittle storms here on the Roaches, on the Ravagers as well. We'll be zoning them back. And there should be more storms available once again on the main army. And Mixu, can he break through? There's no storms left. Now last Aragfire, he has run out of storms. Archons are morphing in, and there's just not enough Roach Ravager. Yeah, there's not enough. Aragfire holds. He does hold on. Oh, Mixu's still trying to force his way in. But the Archons are here to deal with the Lings. And Mixu, he can't really engage here. Oh, he does get into the mineral line though. 7 probe kills. 7 workers go down. Aragfire is still ahead in the economy. And again, Mixu, he has not made a drone in quite some time. This is a 3-base all-in. Now, what I will say, this 3-base all-in is actually a little bit stronger than normal because of the gold. The gold base is a big factor here for Mixu. But he is purely all-in on Ling Roach Ravager. Mixu, he's not taking into a Spire, he's not taking into Hydras, not taking into a Hive, and no more upgrades. Just +1. Just +1. And just mass Ling Roach. So one way or another, the game is going to end. Either Mixu kills Arcfire or he dies trying. Oh, Storm's popping. Oh god, the storm was brutal. Storm of the Roaches, another storm lands. And with that, Mixu, his army is just melting. His army is just plummeting here. And at one point, Mixu, he was up like 30, 40 army supply. Now he's barely up in supply, which means that really is down. Again, it's just a very inefficient army. And that's a fleet beacon on the way. Like, Arcfire, he's taking into Skytoss. He doesn't even need Skytoss. Oh my god. Mixu, for the first time, he just droned. He just made a wave of workers. He's saturating the gold. It looks like Mixu has realized that he cannot end the game. He cannot kill Arcfire. But this is late droning and late tech. I mean, there is no tech. There we go. Finally, a 10-minute, almost an 11-minute Hydra Den. 10.5-minute Hydra Den here from Mixu. Very late. Gases are now being taken. This should be for an infestation bit. Meanwhile, here comes the main army. And Mixu is in trouble. Yeah, he's in a lot of trouble. GG gets called. He cannot hold on. And Arcfire, he will snowball out of control, taking the series 3-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Arcfire, he snowballs out of control. He will claim the series, will advance on and qualify for the main event. Very impressive here. Arcfire, he takes down not just Spirit 2-0, but Mixu as well. And with that, he's the first player to qualify in tonight's brackets. But now we're getting ready for our next qualifying match, I believe. Oh. We're getting ready for our next qualifying match. Un momento as we set up our players and we get things going. Here we go. So you just need a moment to set up our lovely players here. As again, congratulations to Arcfire. A very impressive run in tonight's broadcast, in tonight's tournament. And if you're a fan of Mixu, do not fret, he is still in the event itself. There's still a second chance for Mixu to qualify as he is knocked down to the third place match. So best of luck to Mixu. He now has time to rest, to recover, to recuperate, get some snacks, get some food. He can drain his disruptors, he can massage his marines. More importantly, he can stretch his roaches and hydrate all of his hydras, and he'll be back in that third place match, facing off against the loser of our next series. And we have our next matchup. You can see it here before you. Up next is Mana versus Iba. Let's go. Let us go as our players are getting ready. They are preparing. And this is going to be a fresh best of 5. Oh boy. Now, quickly actually switching our scenes over, it looks like we have a lot to catch up on. And there was a lot that was occurring as we were covering our own matches. From the bottom, we have Iba. Iba, he was able to take down Zebestos and take down Jomek, purely Protoss opponents. Iba, he has made it to the qualifying match. Meanwhile, Mana took down Replicant 2-1, took down Art 2-0, and is now up against Iba in that final match. Let's go. You can hear the beeps. Our players are ready, and we're jumping into game 1. It's going to be on Amygdala in this best of 5. Oh boy. The PVZs do continue, and I would imagine we're going to be seeing a very different kind of PVZ as well. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the Polish Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Team Liquid. It is Mana. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Zerg player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Iba. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gambit time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. As a reminder, this is going to be a best of 5 between these two players. Let's go. Let us go. we are settling in. I see Knifings in the chat. Spirit vs. Agrifier was casted. Unfortunately, we were not able to cast it. We were covering Mixu versus GG Machine at the time, so we were unable to bear witness to that PVT. So unfortunately not. Unfortunately not. Second Fleet Beacon, amazing. Yeah, double the Fleet Beacon. Double the Mama ship. Kappa. There you go. As we get into our PvZ. And again, Mana has been looking very impressive as of late. Very impressive here as Mana. He has been taking down some bigger and bigger names, especially in the PvP matchup. He's been looking very impressive. And even these other matchups against Terran and against Zerg, it's been just really crazy to see Mana just really popping off this year. I say this year. 2024, especially at the tail end of the year, Mana, he did pop off. Mana, he was not the most active of players, especially leading into the year of 2024. 2023, Mana, he was barely active, playing in mainly the big EPT regionals, but not much more than that. And there was something about 2024 which reinvigorated him. I mean, I say something about it. I'm pretty sure it was Stormgate. Like, Stormgate, Mana, for whatever reason, did commit quite hard to it. Was very active when it came to streaming and making content and competing and being a competitor in Stormgate. And it is at least my theory. I mean, I'd love to hear from Mana himself, of course, his thoughts. But I do think that him competing in Stormgate did kind of reinvigorate him. Like, it's kind of lit his competitive drive once again. And after, of course, the Stormgate events died down, Mana, he kept competing and he started focusing more on StarCraft. So it's great to see Mana just, refocus and re-centralize on SC2 towards the later half of 2024, and has been looking really good and really competitive amongst all these other younger players. Like Mana, he's a veteran in the scene, and do I want to look at the age gap between Eba and Mana? Do I want to? Is there like a 20-year age gap? I don't know if it's that large, but Eba is one of the younger players in the scene, and Mana's one of the older players. And again, Mana, he can take it to the best of them. Like, he's still very competitive, very strong, especially in current meta, in current day. If we were casting Mana versus Eba at the start of 2024, I would have favored Eba. Nowadays, I would favor Mana. No boy. Don't do. Oh no. Mana could be Eba's father. True. Oh no. Not like this. He is here to discipline his son. Ah no. As for now, we're going to be joining up. We have our spores on the way. Eba settling in. Likewise, oh my god, we have Mana did open up Stargate into a Rover and a Twilight Council. This looks like an Archon drop. This looks like an Archon-based follow-up here out of Mana, as this should be leading into a War Prism, into a Templar Archives, into, I would imagine, Archon production, or High Templar into Archon production. We'll see if that's the case, as this is a little bit more old school. Here we go, Gateway Explosions on the horizon. Twilight Council's done. Show us the Templar Archives. Yeah, there it is. See, we still got it back. We still got it. So this is an Archon drop. Basically, this build is kind of like a delayed way to get into Archon production and to get into Archon drop play across the map, to harass mineral lines, to pick off overlords as well. And we'll see how Eba responds to it. For now, just saturating his bases. There is no Roach Warren. No Roach Warren, purely Ling Queen into Hydras as the lair is almost done. So Eba is skipping Roach production, and he might be punished for it with what comes next with the Archons. As the Prism has arrived, High Templar soon to be warped in. And what is it to defend? I'm afraid to look here. Eba, he has 18 Lings. 18 Lings and 4 Queens. And these Archons, they can pop off. Can pop off. Behind this Mana, he's just saturating. This is going to lead into additional Immortal production, into Charged Out Archon Immortal, into a Death Bull of an army in the mid-game. For now, though, the Archon drop has arrived. For now, just hunting down Overlords. Prism takes a lot of hits. And nice positioning here with the Queens. They do chip away here at the Archons themselves. Archons moving in. Reinforcement with Zealous. Another Overlord goes down. That does supply block Eba. Hydra production has begun. Mana pushing in. Hydras have arrived. And with the help of the Hydras, Eba should hold. Not without losing Queens, though. Oh my god. Does go for the dive. He gets one, he gets two, he gets three. 3 Queens go down. Going for the Hydras. Hot pickup. And with that mana, he will save one. He will save both Archons just barely as well. Very nice control out of mana. He gets away, gets out. Looking at the trades here, that was 4 Zealots for 26 Lings. 4 Queens, 4 Hydras, and 3 Overlords. Very efficient trade here out of mana. Very nicely done. From here, he backs up. Again, he did punish the greed, of course, of Eba. His third base getting saturated. And as we mentioned before, he's building up towards that Immortal Archon composition. Charge is finishing up. Storm is on the way. Immortal production underway as well. This mana, he's building up that death bull of an army. Meanwhile, Eba behind this is taking all of his gases, a bit of a later 4th base, but he's taking into a fast infestation pit and lurker den. Eba, he's rushing into lurkers. Oh boy. Doesn't have the most ideal setup coming into this and the most ideal economy, but if he is left alone, then he can snowball out of control. Now, the problem though is that there is going to be a timing. The timing here is Storm. Storm is almost done. And when Storm finishes, it's going to line up with Charge, it's going to line up with +1, it's going to line up with this Gateway Explosion as well, and Mana will soon move out. I mean, he is moving out. He's moving out and he's hitting with Storm. And the Lurkers aren't ready. Lurker Den is just now about to finish, and without Lurkers, this is going to be a tough hold for Eba. I mean, it's purely Hydra. It's pure Hydra against Storm of all things. Oh boy. And here we go. The Zealot reinforcements have arrived. The base is going to be knocked down. And Eba, he's going to be punished for his greed. The base is denied. And Mana can keep pushing. And how good are the Storms going to be? Oh. As does commit. Here comes the first Storm. There's 3 more. There's a second Storm as well. 2 more left. 1 more left. And a juicy Storm on the Hydras. From here, Archons are morphing in. Zealous bust into the mineral line. More Chargelts in production. Hydras, they do focus on 2 of those Archons though. Bunch of Chargelts, they collapse on the Hydras. Archons are cleaned up. Eba, he is barely holding on. But it's not an efficient trade. More Zealots, they just rally in. And Mana, he has done it. He has broken through. GG gets called, and Mana will take game number 1. GG. Very crisp execution there out of Mana. Going for the initial Archon drop into the Storm timing. Very nicely done. Again, very crisp execution. And alas, Eba was just bleeding out far too much, far too early on. It was a really rough hold against the initial Archon push. If you remember, he lost a lot of Hydras, Queens, Lings as well. And as we did mention, there was a window in time where he was vulnerable before he had Lurkers and when Mana had Storm. So again, if Mana had hit any later, if Lurkers were allowed to morph in, then Eba holds and we get into a longer game. But Mana hit just before the Lurkers are ready. GG. GG, well played. With that, Mana takes the lead, and now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. And what I should also emphasize as well is that I would say that the initial value that Mana was getting was also based on the fact that Eba did skip roaches. If you remember, he was going straight Ling Hydra, so he was vulnerable early on as well. He did choose to skip roach production, and as a result, the initial charge or Archon move out was able to achieve even more damage. So there's a lot that came into the success of Mana in that game, but now we're getting into game number 2. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of King's Cove, we have the red Protoss player from the land of Poland, representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is Mana. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Zerg player from the land of the UK, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Eba. Here we go. We are going to be settling in. Mana is 16 years older. There you go. Is that like twice the age of Eba? Like Eba's like 17, I want to say. Something like that. Let's go, Pappy. Let's go. Again, Mana disproving, you know, the copium from people on Reddit or in the chat that are like, oh, you know, I'm too old, so my hands are slow. Nah, mate. Just speed up, papi. You'll be fine. You can keep up with the Zoomers. Eba is known for his speed. True. He is known for his high APM. I mean, a lot of these younger players are. But nah, Mana, he's got the experience on his side. As for now, Gate Expand. Gate Expand, standard opener here out of Mana. Eba forced to take the unnatural natural. So a bit of a more awkward start out of Eba. And welcome one and all to King's Cove. King's Cove, of course, is a map where you are quite secure on your 3-base economy. It's a larger map of the map pool, but the 4th base is a little more exposed, is a little more vulnerable, and we have seen time and time again, specifically in this matchup, players be aggressive with Ling Hydra, get away with rushing into lurkers, and the win condition for Zerg players is deny the 4th. Deny the 4th base over and over and over again, gain map control, starve out the Protoss player, and just make it as difficult as possible for them to expand and to really get a handle on the map. So if Eba were to go into, once again, like Ling Hydra into Lurker tech, if he were to once again skip Roaches, I do favor that style here on King's Cove, but at the same time, I don't want to take agency away from Mana. Mana was very active, very aggressive last game, and he could do the same here as well on King's Cove. So my eye is going to be on Mana to see how he does open up and what build he goes for. It's one of those things where, on the one hand, I do like the idea of Eba once again trying to rush into Lurker tech. I do think it's going to be more successful here on King's Cove. At the same time, that doesn't mean that it's not going to be possible to punish that. For now, Stargate. Stargate into Oracle, so far so good. Everything looking as it should from the side of Mana. Will not be taking a third. And we'll keep an eye on that follow-up tech. Remember last game, it was Twilight Council plus a Robo, which did scream Archon drop. This time, what do you have for us? Here we go. Eba is 15, 16 next month. There you go. Ay. Este Eba. Here we go. As for now, okay, interesting. It is going to be Stargate opener into the 3rd base. That is a Robo follow-up. That is not normal. You have my attention. Robo, okay. It's the same build. It is the same build, so it's going to be Stargates into Oracle, into a 3rd base, into Robo Twilight Council, into a Temple Archives, into another Archon drop. Meanwhile, we do see Eba rushing into a very fast lit. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. My apologies. I didn't quite notice this. I was otherwise distracted by the chat. But yeah, that was an insanely fast lair. What was this? A sub 4-minute lair timing? Jesus. With this, we could do one of two things. We could rush into Hydras once again, or potentially even rush into a Spire. What do you have for us? Hydras. Okay, so it's going to be a Hydra rush here out of Eba. So rushing into tech, once again skipping Roaches. And once again, Mana could punish this. Now, because of the earlier lair and the earlier Hydra den, it's possible that Hydras are going to be out in time to defend against the first Archons. As we mentioned, again, it's the same build 2 games in a row. Oracle does scouts, and Mana does see the Hydra den. He's aware. Oh, drones are falling, getting 4 drones so far. 4 workers do full, stasis trap in the mineral line. Mana will escape. You can see Hydra range already in production here. So again, this Hydra production is much earlier for Eba. Oh, he is supply blocked. 3 overlords on the way. Now is not the time for the supply block. Here comes the initial Archon drop. But I'm sure this time Mana is going to be a little bit more tentative with the drop itself, as there should be more to defend. There we go. 6 Hydras are on the way. And this time the Hydras are going to be ready for the Archon drop. So Eba is much more prepared this time. Mana rotating over in towards that 3rd. Going for the mineral line. Hydra's not quite in position. Distracted by the Oracle. Archon's a drop in. And so far, 3 drone kills. Not bad. 3 workers do full. Archon's a back up. Oh no! They stack up! Oh my god! that was terrifying. The drones, they did stack up here at the third base. Meanwhile, Prism goes down. Massive overextension. Mana does overextend. Prism falls, and with that, Eba holds. Whew. And again, the mineral line could have been roasted there in one fell swoop. Does save his drones, shuts down the Prism, and now Eba can rush into lurkers. For now, focusing on that second Hydra upgrade. We'll see if he does commit into like a Hydra timing and a Hydra move out, or if he takes up further into lurkers first. There it is, we have the answer. Infestation Bit, into Hive, into lurker. So Eba is just rushing into that late game tech, and Mana can't really punish him this time. So this time it is a much stronger start for the Zerg. Speaking of lurkers, there it is. As we did mention, again, it is a lurker rush out of Eba, just cutting as many corners as possible, and because the map is so large, these move outs, this storm follow up here out of Mana, it takes longer to get across the map. So I'm not as in love with the same build 2 games in a row, especially on a map like King's Cove. Lurker Den is almost halfway done. Eba is being active, as he gets eyes on the tech. Storm is complete. War Prison is being rebuilt. Eba does spot the army. And looks like he wants to try to engage ahead of time. Ideally force out a storm. We'll see if he can. This is a risky maneuver out of Eba, as he doesn't want to throw away these Hydras. Shaving off one Zealot. He wants the other. Up! Up! And he gets it. 2 Zealots go down. Did spot the Prism, and he will catch it. Oh, he at least zones away. Zones away the War Prism. He's keeping Mana pinned. Collapsing the army, forcing out a storm. Going for the Archon, and he does get it. Very nice snipe. Hydra's coming from the left, forcing out another storm as well. And that is 5 Hydras going down. And again, he's just keeping Mana busy while back at home he techs up. Lurker Den is done. Hive is almost done as well for those Lurker upgrades. And here come the first wave of Lurkers. 7 Lurkers in production. Unlike the previous game, Lurkers, they should be ready for this. The Observer does confirm. Mana is aware. And can he get on top of those Lurkers? It's going to be close. Oh, just barely he will. He denies one. Does force a cancel. Only 2 Lurkers left. Eba barely not ready in time. Only 2 Lurkers. Storm zones away. Mana trying to avoid the main army. Pushing in towards a 3rd. Storm on the ramp. Hydra zoned away. Oh my god, the storm in the mineral line. And so far, Mana just positioning himself very well here. 19 drone kills. Oh my god, Zealous bust into the natural. Drones are going down. And Eba, he did have a stronger start this time, but the 3rd base goes down. 23 drone kills. And Eba, he's just been out-positioned. From here, Mana, he recalls the hell out of here. Takes down a mineral line, a base. Trades well. And back at home, he's up in economy. He's got 4 bases, 77 workers. He's reinforcing, more Zealots, more Archons. And Eba's in a rough place. Eba's in a rough position here. Sure, he has tech, but he has no money. Eba's broke. He can't afford the upgrades, has a Hive, but can't afford, of course, a Lurker range. Or adaptive talents. Sky Toss on the horizon for Mana. He's in a better position. Can embrace Sky Toss. And as the Sky Toss army builds up, that's when the Lurkers become less effective, and that's when we need Sky Zerg, Aspire. Spire, Corruptors, Spellcasters. Eba didn't quite get away with it. And now the pressure is on Eba to bounce back. Now, it is not impossible. We could see Eba go for Ling run-bys, Baneling run-bys, even Lurkers across the map, Nidus Worm into the main. There are ways to try to bounce back in this game. But again, the pressure is on Eba. The onus is on Eba to make that happen. For now, he's just trying to turtle up and build up his Lurker count. He's trying to survive. There we go, Spire's on the way. Eba, he didn't quite confirm in the main yet, but is setting up for it nonetheless. Mana picks in. Lands a decent storm. Takes down a Lurker. He gets one. Another storm here on the army. Gets a second Lurker as well. Oh, getting a 3rd. At the same time, Zealous they do hit the third base. That was just a big distraction. Zealous pushing into the fourth as well. Mana just trying to pull Eba apart. And he does bust into the mineral line. GG gets called. Eba, he just cannot keep up. And Mana takes a 2-0 lead. GG. Does take a 2-0 lead here. And again, I mean, I'm quite impressed here. Eba did have a stronger start. If you remember, Eba, he was able to get into his Hydras in time. Eba was able to get into his Lurker tech in time as well. I mean, I say that, barely not in time. If you remember, Eba, he only had 2 Lurkers. He had 7 more on the way, or 7 in total on the way, but they were denied. They were barely denied in time, and Mana, he was able to just squeeze on past the main army into the third base and wreak havoc. Zealot in the natural, main army at the third, he just pulled Eba apart. It was a very, very close defense there. If Eba just had a couple of extra seconds to finish those Lurkers, then he holds, then we have a very different game state. Almost, but not quite. And with that, we're getting into game number 3. And the question becomes, does Mana go for the same build 3 games in a row? What I'm referring to is Stargate Opener into a third, into a faster Robo Twilight Council, into an Archon drop. He's done it 2 games so far. What I will say is that Eba has been having better responses as time has gone on, but I mean, it still worked, so so we'll see. We shall see as we're getting into game 3, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Frostline, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Team Liquid. 1 game away from qualifying for the main event. It is Mana. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Zerg player from the land of the UK representing the Platinum Heroes down in the series. He has to fight back here and now to have a chance to force the ace match. He needs your support. It is Eba. Here we go. So from here we are going to settle in. And we'll see if our players do deviate from their initial builds. On the one hand, I'm emphasizing that Mana has gone for the same build 2 games in a row. That is true. On the other hand, Eba likewise has gone for a similar strategy 2 games in a row as well. The overall goal here of Eba has been to rush into Hydra and Lurker tech as quickly as possible. This time though on Frostline, what do we see here? We do have a hatch pool into, I would imagine, a third hatchery. Are we opening up gasless? And are we going for the macro hatch at the natural? We have been hearing murmurings. If you've been here, if you've been watching the CranKy Ducklings over the past week, you would know that Zerg players have been attempting a very unique build, but now there it is. Gas is being taken. It is a later gas, but gas nonetheless. Okay. Not quite the Eric build. Not yet. Not with the macro hatch. So we're going to be settling in. With this, of course, link speed is going to be delayed. So it's going to be a delayed link speed here from Eba. And we'll see if Mana can try to abuse that. We'll see if we can take advantage of that here. But now Mana yet to embrace his tech of choice. Cybercore is almost done. Both players just droning. We're just catching up. We go. APM without purpose doesn't mean anything. I should emphasize, Eba has high APM with purpose. And also some without. You would understand if you've seen Eba's Overlords. No. But for now, we are going to be settling in. Eba getting his third. Getting into link speed. Pulling out a gas, of course, and we'll see what Mana goes for this time. We have the initial Stargate into a third base, and we're once again keeping an eye out for the Robo and the Twilight Council. Does Mana switch it up? Does he need to switch it up? That is the question. So Overlord is being forced back. There it is, Robo, same build. Robo into a Twilight Council. into Temple Archives. Overlord goes down. That does supply block Eva. There's that Twilight Council. And we'll see how Eva adapts here. We'll see how he does respond. Again, I want to emphasize that in the previous game, Eva did respond well. He was, if you recall, he went for a faster lair. Speaking of, it is going to be just barely sub 4-minute lair timing into, I would imagine, Hydras, into early Hydra production, into shutting down the first War Prism. So it looks like Eva, he's responding in the same way. I'm getting deja vu. But again, I do want to emphasize that in that previous game, if Eva had just gotten those lurkers a couple of seconds sooner, I mean, that makes the world of difference. Oh my god, meanwhile, that's Glaives. Let's go. That's a lot of gateways, by the way. Jesus. That is 7 gates. 7 gates on the way. Oh no. Oh no. Eva, he doesn't know. He doesn't know. So okay, there's a lot happening right now. First things first. Eva, he is setting up and he's going into Hydras. He's going straight up laying Hydra. He is skipping roaches once again. And how do you abuse a player that is skipping roaches and skipping banelings? With Glaive Adepts. Glaive Adepts, they wreak havoc, they annihilate Lings, and they annihilate Hydras as well. This is almost a hard counter to what Eva's doing, as Eva is blindly preparing for Archons that aren't coming. Oh boy. So it is going to be an all-in out of mana, and I think this is going to hit quite hard. And I am very concerned for Eva here, as Adepts, they're moving out initially. Prism is ready, Adepts are spotted. And I'm not sure Eva can do anything about this. Eva, he just droned. We have 4 Hydras on the way, but what are Hydras going to do? As the Adepts, they have arrived. And how many gates? It's going to be 8. 8 gates on 3 bases. We can warp in 8 Adepts at a time. Mana pushing in. And what is there to defend? Oh, there's a handful of Lings. There's a handful of Queens. Adepts stay shaded to the Mineral Line. Stasis is going to be going up. Drone's going to be going down. And there's nothing. There's just nothing here. Everything just crumbles. Everything catches fire. Drones are falling left and right. Lings and Hydras as well. There just is no good answer to these Adepts, as they just roll over everything. GG, and Mana, he will take the series 3-0, qualifying for the OSC Season 12 Championship. GG. GG, well played. And Mana just really making use of the series here. Again, Eva, he was blindly getting ready for what he assumed was going to be the same build game after game after game out of Mana. Mana did switch it up at the end, did throw down the Robo at the wall, so it looked like the same build. Robo into Twilight Council, but there was no Temple Archives. Unfortunately, Eva did not send the Overlord into the main, did not scout, did not double check. Alas, he was caught off guard by that mass gateway Glaive Adept build here. It was basically just an 8-gate 3-base all-in, or 8-gate 2-base all-in, as I'm pretty sure the 3rd base wasn't even saturated for mana. Just mass Glaive Adept. This snowball out of control. GG. GG, well played. With that, Mana will claim the series, and with that, we are getting ready for our final qualifying match. Let's go. Here we go. So we are getting into our next series. Getting into the final series, the final best of 5 of the night. Here we go. And I believe it should be a ZVZ, as we quickly just double check the brackets and catch up on all of our matches here. Okay, so we have our top 2. We have Aragfire and Mana making it into the main event. The finals match will not be played. This final series here will not be played out. That's why there's a walkover there that's just been placed. But both Aragfire and Mana have made it into the main event. Meanwhile, Mixu and Eva are going to be knocked down to the 3rd place match. So 1 final spot is available. We have 2 Protosses making it through, and we have enough room for 1 Zerg. Only 1 though, so we have a final ZVZ between Mixu and Eva. I'm assuming it's going to be a ZVZ, but it could be anything but. Here we go. Oh god. Oh no. And if you're out there, give some love to Eva, because Eva, he's smudging a little bit. Not gonna. I don't blame him. I don't blame him. He is smudging a little bit, Pappy. Aye. Oh no. It's okay. It's okay. Mixu can. We can relate with. He can relate with Mixu. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, they can bond over it. Both of them. Este Prodos. Oh no. The smudge is real. Here we are. Oh no. Not like this. Not like this. Best of luck to Mixu and Eva. Best of luck. Eva is tempted. He is tempted to play Protoss. He is tempted. Oh no. It might not be a ZVZ. We'll see. We'll see. For now, we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we will have our next match. It is going to be that series between Mixu and Eva, whether it's a ZVZ or not. Yet to be determined here. For now though, take this moment to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, get some rest, and get ready for the final match of the night. It's been a long night here. We've been streaming for almost 6 hours. It's been from broadcast to broadcast, but we've made it to the final series. So let's go. We'll get there soon. For now though, we'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the final qualifying match of the bracket of the broadcast. Here we go. There's one spot left, but there are 2 players remaining. Only one will make it through into the main event. Which one exactly? We're here to find out. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Frostline, we have the Finnish Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing himself, currently teamless. Representing Blem, it is Mixu. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the... we have the trauma bonding is real. We have the Red Zerg player representing the Platinum Heroes from the land of the UK. It is Eva. Let them hug it out. As if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck in the chat. Ooh. As one of these 2 will make it through. But now we are going to be settling in. So far, going to be Hatch Gas Pool, a standard opener out of Eba. Likewise, Mixu doing the same as we load into Frostline. Oh no. I mean, Mixu and Eba, they are good friends. They are good friends out of game. They're used to smudging together. True. As for now, though, we are going to be saturating our bases. From here, we'll keep an eye on the tech of choice to see if either player does skip a Bailey Nest, to see if they do delay their third bases, if they do invest into earlier lings, if they cut worker production. We'll keep an eye on any kind of big deviation from one player to the other as we settle in. Of course, there was a chance that Eba would off-race or main race his Protoss, depending on your perspective, but he has opted to go for the ZVZ. He's committed. Is committed here. As we do have our link speed in production from both sides. Should soon be seeing it here from Eba as well. Hello. Eba, it looks like he's going to be walling up and he's going to be skipping. Never mind, third base is on the horizon, but no link speed out of Eba. You have my attention. I would imagine he's going for a fast layer or just walling up. There we go, fast layer is on the way. Insanely fast layer here out of Eba. Should be walling up, is not taking the third. The drone was a fake out. Okay, I was very confused about the worker. That I was not really sure of, but it was a fake out in the end. Eba's going to be walling up, hunting down the Overlord and rushing into lair tech. Into mutas, potentially. Show us the Spire, Pat. So cheeky moves out of Eba. Meanwhile, Mixu just going hatch gas pull into Baliness, into a third base as well. Standard setup here out of Eba. Base play into an Evo chamber, into droning. You see Mixu testing the waters here. Does a poke at the front door. Does get eyes on the setup. Gases are being taken. And this should be mutas. It should be. As there is no Roach Warren. There is no Roach Warren. There it is. Spire is on the way. Now, unfortunately, because there is no Roach Warren that's a part of this wall, it is a little bit suspect as to what's happening, and Mixu can try to deduce what's going on. It's still going to be on Mixu to set up an Overlord Scout and to get confirmation as to what's happening. For now, droning up, investing into +1 range into Roaches as well. I mean, we pointed it out as well. Like, it's kind of suspect that there's no Roach Warren here. Oh no. I like to believe that he was like, oh no, now I can't make anything. Ah, oh, I'm stuck, step bro. when really, here come the mutas. Aye. Will it work? Will it work, Pat? We're about to find out. As the Spire's about to finish and mutas are going to be on the way. Mutas are going to be on the way here. Mixu so far, limited anti-air. How many queens? Only two? Only two? There's no third queen. There's no third queen. There's no creep connecting the bases. Roach production has begun for Mixu, but I am concerned that these mutas, they can wreak havoc. As there's cancellation on the Roach Warren. Third base is on the way. And Mixu, he's not really set up for a counter all-in. He doesn't have Roach speed yet. Building up Roaches. There we go. Third queen is on the way. Repositioning that second queen as well. Does rotate over. Mutas, they have arrived. And I believe they should just be hunting down Overlords initially. Yeah. So Mixu, he has time. He has time to respond as mutas are revealed. Spores are being thrown down. But Mixu did invest quite heavily into these Roaches, and we'll see if we can make use of them. He's moving out. We have Burrow on the way for Tunneling Claw Roaches. Overlords are being hunted down. He gets 3 so far. He's getting a 4th Overlord. That's a lot of Overlords falling. That will supply block Mixu. Up. He does get that final Overlord. Getting a 5th Overlord as well. Jesus. 5 Overlords falling. But Mixu does skirt around the edge. Making his way towards the 3rd. Meanwhile, Queen gets caught out. eBay gets a Queen, gets 1, going for the other. No transfuse. No Spore in position either. Every Queen is going to be falling. Damage is being done. Spore is going to go down. At the same time, though, Mixu does hit the 3rd. Oh, actually, he's just going straight for the natural, going for the kill. Yeah, this is a risky maneuver here out of Mixu, but he busts in. Busts into the natural. Queens are falling. And eBay's racing back home. Does race back. Drones are falling as well. Link's trying to reinforce. And that's 8 drone kills already, and Mixu does take a worker lead. Up. It's going to be cleaned up. Borrowing his roaches. Saving whatever he can. Roach is still hitting the third base as well. Still rallying towards the natural. But Eba holds. Eba defends. Mixu, though, he held on to that third base and he is resaturated. Mixu, he has redroned. Spores are on the way. Infestors as well. Infestation but stun. Getting to those fungal growths. And Mixu, he's not looking too bad. Here's in a pretty nice position. Unfortunately, he's just now throwing down his Hydra Den, so he doesn't really have much pushing power when it comes to catching those mutas and moving out across the map. But economically, looking very secure. As he's throwing down extra spores, he can't afford it. Roaches once again, they hit the mineral line. 5 more drones going down. Eba, he has how many mutas? 16. 16 mutas for Eba. Bust into the main. Queen's out of position. Oh, gets a spore. Gets a spore, goes to the queens. Where the infestors, where the fungals. 2 more queens go down. And even though the drone count may be high here for Mixu, he has lost control of the main. And that's a hive, by the way. Spores are waddling in. Hive is down to half HP. Fungal's coming in as well. Oh, it is getting close. Even with a fungal, though, it may not matter. We need Hydras. First fungal does connect. Mutas, they just take down the Hive anyway. Hive falls, massive pickoff. And Mixu, he's in trouble. Down to 2 bases. Building up Vipers, building up Mutas. None of the fungal connects. But there's no follow-up. There's just no follow-up to the fungals. Doesn't matter. Hydras are building up. Main base goes down. Spawning pool as well. And Mixu just can't really afford much of an army here. He's got a handful of Hydras. You can defend against the Lings at least. You just say threaten the natural. Up! Fungal raises the army. Power bomb as well. Nicely done. That's just 1 muta going down. Soon to be 2. And 2 mutas do fall. Meanwhile, Eba, he's just committed to just mass Ling Bane Muta. Bane's speed is on the way. He's got plus on melee. And it has been very back and forth. There have been good moments for both players. These mutas, they got a surprising amount of damage. And Eba does take a lead. But at the end of the day, it comes down to the spellcasters. You know, Eba, he might be ahead, but all it takes is 1 well-placed fungal with a powerbomb combo, and the muta cloud could just evaporate. Likewise, the Ling Bane may just... a fungal could land there as well, and the Ling Bane won't engage. It does come down to that control from Mixu. As Eba does find a couple of Hydras. Takes down the main. From here, I would be more comfortable if Eba, once he gets up to, I mean, he's on 3 base saturation, to take up into a Hive and to take up into Ultras. Speaking of, there we go, Infestation Bit's on the way. I mean, you could do one of 2 things. Either take into Ultras or take into a Greater Spire. Ultras would be a little bit more natural here for Eba. As the mutas, they threaten to dive. Oh! As Bailey's, they're getting caught out. Two of them do try to get into the mineral line. They are denied. As he rotates over. Hits the fourth. Hey, does catch out these spores. Spores going down. Mixu out of position. Up. Do get a powerbomb. Oh, the fungal! Oh my god! The music get caught out! And this is what Mixu wanted. This is what he was hoping for. The fungals, they land. Mutas, they get shut down. And just like that, that was how many? That was what? 30 mutas falling. Ay, ay, ay. 18 in that fight. Can he land another? Oh, almost. As I believe the Viper is regathering energy. Viper stopped up. Infestors as well. Gonna be reinforcing. And Mixu's pushing. Mixu, he is moving out. As we mentioned, it all comes down to those fungals. As Mixu, he can still just snowball out of control and just win the game here and now. That is a lot of banelings, though. Jesus. And this is where lurkers are quite necessary and quite required against a Massling Bane army. Like, these infestors, they got a lot of work to do. They have to lock down the mutas and the Ling Bane as well. And it's only 3 infestors. Eva going for a Ling run by. Roaches, they do hit the northern base. Makes sure he's ready back at home. Does defend. Oh, barely saves the infestor. Whew. He's still on 3, right? Yeah, still 3 infestors. I'm very uneasy with just 3 infestors here, but okay. 2 more Vipers on the way. Eva's trying to catch reinforcements. Coming in from here. The Viper! No! Does catch the Viper. Massive pickup. 1 Viper goes down. That was the only Viper with the main army. No more power bombs. Mixu pushing in. Going for the microbial shroud. He's crazy. Banelings, they crash into the Hydras. They're out of the microbial shroud, and the mutas, they can't take the fight. No more fungals. Despite that, the Hydras, they're holding their own. The mutas are going down one after the other. A handful of mutas remaining, and it looks like Mixu, he has done it just barely. He breaks through. GG! And Mixu, he takes game number 1. Whew. Oh my god. Mate, that microbial shot was crazy. GG, well played. Oh my god. With that, Mixu does take a lead in the series. GG, well played, and with that, does take a lead. Again, this is a best of 5, though. We have plenty more games ahead of us, plenty more games to come. That was a roller coaster ride of emotions. There was there were some good moments for Eba, good moments for Mixu as well. It was very back and forth. And with that, we're getting into our next game. Jumping into game 2. As we are still setting up our lobby. It worked out well for Eba anyway, but it's not a good idea to throw down the Roach one as a part of the wall. Yes, I'm pretty I'm pretty sure it was a mistake for Eba that he didn't throw down the Roach one. I don't think it was intentional that he threw down 3 Evo chambers. I don't think that was a part of the plan. I mean, Eba, he worked with it, right? He was very fluid with the build that he had gone for, but I don't think that was intentional. I think his response and his reaction in chat was genuine. Regardless, here we go. We're getting into our next game, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the Finnish Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Blam, leading the series 1-0. It is Mixu. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Red Zerg player from the land of the UK, representing the Platinum Heroes, down in the series. We'll see if we can bounce back and make a series out of this, it is Eva. Eva. Let's go. And us go. As now our players are going to be opening up. Hatch first. So far, so good. Just extractor trick into hatch first. And welcome one and all to Amygdala. Now, similarly to Frostline, Frostline is a much larger map in the map pool. Mutaplay can be more favored on some of these larger maps. I would say the same about Amygdala as well. We could see Mutaplay, and that's going to be available to both Mixu and Eba. What I will say though, after Eba did attempt to embrace Mutaplay or 2-base Muta in the last game, I don't expect him to do it 2 games in a row, but it is going to be on the table for Mixu. So we'll see. We'll see if either player does go for the fast layer, does embrace the Mutaplay. Big reason why Mutaplay would be more advantageous on a map like Amygdala is just because counterattacks and ground-based assaults can be quite awkward on this map. The reason for this is because there are really only 2 attack paths. There's the attack path here on the right-hand side and towards the south and towards the north as well. The entirety of the center of the map is completely walled off, and we don't really expect these rocks to be knocked down anytime soon, at least not until the mid-game. So because of that, it can be easy to get eyes on move-outs with your overlords. As long as you have an overlord towards the north and south, you see everything, any kind of aggression, any kind of move-out, and you can prepare in kind. Of course, mutas, they can, of course, avoid all that terrain and get across the map, and we may even see Muta versus Muta. We'll see. At least a lot of the Korean ZVZ has been headed in that direction, at least on Amygdala. For now, just hatch gas pool into our gases. Link speed is on the way. This time, Eba is researching link speed. If you recall, last game he skipped it to rush into a faster lair. Not this time, though, as both players expand. Both players take their spires. There's that Baliness on the way for Mixu, and we should be seeing one from Eba as well. There we go. So after a chaotic game 1, everything is looking standard here in game 2. Just Ling Bane from both sides, third bases from both sides. No one is skipping tech. And we'll see if either player does embrace Ling Bane aggression, or if we just drone up and get into roaches. That's a lot of links. Then we have the answer. At 16 links on the way for Mixu, so Mixu is going to be initially the aggressor. And we'll see if Eba can hold, as Eba is still droning. Oh boy. Now again, Eba, he will have Bailings to defend. We'll have them available. Speaking of Bailings, they're morphing in for Mixu. He's on the way. He's going to be overwhelming the initial links here of Eba. Bailings are on the way. Mixu's trying to engage, pushing in towards the middle line. Queens are in position. And so far, both Bailings do go down. And with that, Mixu, he has control of the map. He collapses on top of the queens. First queen gets around it. He gets one. He's going to get both. Both queens are going to fall. Bailings are denied. And just like that, Mixu, he has broken the natural. There's one Bailing on the way. There's a lot riding here on that one Bailing. We'll zone away the Lings. Oh, so far kept alive. And just barely. Bailing goes up. Eba, he will be able to hold on. Oh, but there's another Bailing behind this. Oh, no! Oh, my God. There's one more Bailing. A little bit premature. Eba, he's holding. He's holding on. Does zone away the army. And does get away with a higher drone count. Whew, okay, so Eba, he does hold on. Meanwhile, the Lings are still active. They're still going for the drones. Oh, getting one. Nice control here at Mixu. Gets one drone. Does fight back. Droning up back at him as well. Throwing down his own Roach Warren. Getting to plus on the range. And as the dust settles, I mean, Eba did lose extra queens. It was still a rough defense. Lings, they do pipe past the main army. They get into the mineral line. 4 more drone kills. Ay, ay, ay. 4 more drones go down. Mixu slips into the main. Cheeky moves, morphing in those Bailings. But Eba, he's ready for it. He is aware. He does find one. Not quite the... There we go. Does find both. Bailings are denied. Now we can calm things down. We can settle in. Now, as the dust settles, both players have comparable economies. We have 40 workers to 41. That is true. The drone counts are comparable, but what about the tech? I mean, +1 range is halfway done for Mixu. Roach production already underway for Mixu as well. Mixu is morphing in his lair. He's ahead tech-wise. So eBay, he's not out of the woods yet. As here comes the move out. Mixu, he will be pushing. And it looks like this is going to be a fake out. He does move out with the roaches, that is true. And his goal here is to be scouted by the overlords of Eva. And behind this, Mixu's droning. He's droning up, he's saturating his third base. Mixu is not committing with his army. He's just trying to force a response out of his opponent. As he pulls away. Does pull away. You can see eBay cut workers earlier on. Was forced to make this army. And now Eva is forced to commit. And Mixu, has he poked the bear? Eba is up in army supply. He has a terrifying army with Lingbane Roach. Is pushing forward. Spine Crawlers on the way. Eba headed towards the mineral line. And Mixu does pull away in time. And Mixu holds. Mixu does hold on. Throughout this assault, Eba was droning, by the way. He was saturating. He wasn't reinforcing. So similarly to Mixu earlier, does kind of feign an attack. Just trying to force an overreaction, force out spine crawlers. They were rebuilt or they were cancelled. Bailey's denied in the main. And now we're getting into the mid game. But once again, Mixu is ahead in upgrades. +2 has begun for the Blue Zerg. +1 just now beginning here for Eva. So Eva is down in upgrade. Eva is also down 10 workers. Mixu getting a 4th. And Mixu shouldn't really move out and shouldn't commit into an attack without +2. So you should be hoping to hit a +2 timing with Roach Speed as well. And it's going to be on Eba to try to survive. Eba has potential, of course, with potential drop play, with Dropper Lords, Roach counterattacks, Bailing run-bys, Ling run-bys. It's still difficult to pull off on this map, but not impossible. Both players are building up. Again, Mixu got to 3-base saturation first. He's just massing up his roaches. Players just ensuring they don't get supply blocked. 4th bases are on the way. Drop Lord's also in production for Mixu. He does have Overlord speed already. We'll see if Eva can keep up. As +2 range is still not quite done, still on the way. This Mix is being active. There we go. We do have our Drop Lords going for Bailing drops. Okay. And Roach Bailing drops. As they do move out. Mixu is the first to max out. But again, he's still waiting for his upgrade. This is giving Eba time to max out himself. Eba going for his own Drop Lord harass. Let's go. With Bailings. Drop Lords being active. Contamination on +2. Let's go. We go for the contamination. Mixu pushing in. Pushing into a concave. Yeah, rough fight here for Mixu. Meanwhile, Bailings, they do crash in. Oh my god. Massive connections. Bailings here at the 3rd. Roaches towards the natural. Eba does take the better fights, but we'll lose an economy. We'll lose the mineral lines. At the same time, going for his own drop. Mixu doesn't respond. Drones are going to be going down. Yeah, 8 drone kills. Mixu does come out ahead, but he's down in Ravagers. Down in the Ravage Army files, they do crazy army. They somewhat connect. With Mixu, he has the defender's advantage. Status says forward. Oh. Punishing the Ravagers. Oh my god. Meanwhile, Eba punishes Mixu. Takes the blast to the face. Roach counterattack on the right hand side. Drones are going down. Once again, Eba just having the better concave here on the front lines. Mixu Mixu trying to engage, getting cornered. Yeah, better fight for Eba. Does avoid the piles and does collapse on the army. And Mixu is going to lose everything here. Trying to reinforce though, trying to save his forces. Oh, no detection, no shot, no detection. The burrow. Mixu with the counter attack. Not quite breaking through, but does save the army. Again, these roaches should all be dead. They survived. Mixu's still holding on. Meanwhile, +2 is now finishing off for Eba, even on upgrades. Even. Mixu once again trying to threaten a dive. Another another contamination. Let's go. +2 just now finishing. And Mixu does come in. Yeah, diving in the army. Dodges most of the piles. Does take 2 to the face. Getting on top of the Ravagers. Meanwhile, Eba coming in for the surround. And who's surround 2? Eba also gets caught out as well. Oof. Bar's not quite connecting. Roaches, they bust into the mineral line. And Mixu does overwhelm, just barely. Does overwhelm the army. GG gets called and Mixu takes a 2-0 lead. Whew. GG. A very intense game. Very intense, but some nice moves out of Mixu. He was able to come out on top when it came to the Drop Lord harass. He was able to, of course, avoid the surround and pop off with his own borrowed roaches. And with that, we are getting into game number 3. Let's go. Let us go. I'm hoping for a back and forth. I mean, that previous game was quite close between our 2 players. We saw Eba taking some better fights, some better trades. Unfortunately, there were some moments though where he didn't quite either have detection or didn't quite have enough to really close things out when it came to these fights. The pressure is on. Here we go. Just catching up. What are these players' nationality? Yes, as is being stated in the chat, Eva's from the UK. Mixu is from Finland. True. Here we go. As a game 3 is going to be on Whispers of Gold. Oh boy. Whispers of Gold, of course, is a much smaller map than the map pool. Aggression can definitely be favored on this map as well. And we'll see if we commit to something, again, a little bit earlier here when it comes to tech, maybe earlier link speed. We have yet to embrace something like a 12 pool. Not certain we're going to see that here, but we'll see. Anything is possible. As we're loading into potentially the final game of the series. I hope not. I'm hoping that we have a back and forth. Hoping that Eba can bring us to a game 4, maybe even an ace match. But here we go. Loading into Whispers of Gold and spawning in the top left-hand corner of the map, we have our Finnish Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, leading the series 2-0. It is Mixu. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player from the land of the UK, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Eba. Here we go. As is being said in the chats, for those that are maybe a little bit newer to StarCraft, it is very rare for a game to end by buildings being destroyed. Technically, that is a win condition, is to destroy all buildings on the map, and there are some very rare circumstances where that does occur, especially during a base trade in a very chaotic game state, where basically the term of a base trade is where the main armies, they completely miss each other and they just race across the map and they just destroy each other's buildings, and it all comes down to who kills each other's buildings first. There are very rare circumstances where that does happen, but usually instead it's about just overwhelming your opponents and just taking a lead and forcing them to tap out as they fall further behind economically, they fall further behind tech-wise as well. There are certain game states where, again, it is too difficult to come back from. so a player will just concede. You know, maybe on the ladder you'll encounter, I mean, I'm sure everyone's encountered, you know, that one ladder opponent where you like beat them, you win the game, and then, you know, they like lift their buildings. But that doesn't happen, you know, in pro play, where like your opponent forces you to destroy all their buildings before tapping out. Like, that's the players are more mannered than that. I guess it's kind of like chess. If you're familiar with watching chess, that's also a thing, right? Where technically, you know, to win a game of chess, you kill the king, right? But like players at the highest level, they will concede ahead of time if they recognize that, you know, in X amount of moves they're going to lose anyway. Like they can foresee like how things are going to play out, so they just tap out. I'm sure it's applicable in other games as well, but I guess chess also similar. You're not forced to like kill the king every game. Meanwhile, Bane Bus. Sorry, I was a little bit distracted. But yeah, Mixu does throw down an early Bailey Nest, and we are going for a bus. Meanwhile, Eba back at home setting up his third base. The third bases are on time for both players. Eba is making extra lings early on, being aggressive himself, but a much later Bailey Nest for Eba. So Mixu is going to be the aggressor, and we'll see if Eba can keep up. Sometimes players agree to a draw in chess. True. I mean, draws are also a rare thing in StarCraft, but they can occur, technically. But here we go. The aggression is here. Bailings are on the way. There's going to be 5 Bailings already. And again, 0 Bailings for Eba. The Bailey Nest is still in production. Still not ready. It's still not ready. There's a big window here for Mixu. We'll see how strong or how well he can connect with these Bailings. Does zip in. Distracting the Lings. Bailings, they do come in from the right-hand side. Coming in from behind. A bit of an awkward angle here for Mixu. And he does get some decent Bailing connections, but oh no! He wastes Bailings on the Queen, and with that, Eba, he holds. He is holding on. That was, what, 3 Bailings on a Queen? Ay. The control not quite there. Likewise, not the most efficient trade here from Eba, but Eba, he is holding on. Meanwhile, Mixu is not done. Mixu is still just rallying everything across the map. It's all or nothing for Mixu. One way or another, the game will end. As he's morphing in more Bailings. Still committing. But he's going to be forced back. Bailing gets denied. Behind this, Mixu is droning. Oh no! It does attempt to drone. Nice Bailing connections out of Eba. He's holding on. That's good. Now he's going to be holding. Mixu trying to slip by. Both players droning up. And Mixu, he wants that third base. And he's not going to get it. Eba, so far, he maintains his economy. He's got 40 workers. Up 8 drones. Bailings are ready. And Mixu's in a rough position. Again, it was so committed to begin with. Even with the drone counts being similar, Mixu did cut workers earlier on. So Eba has been mining more for longer. Is in a better economic game state. And with that, he can afford the Roach Warren, extra gases, extra tech, Lair as well. Eba is ahead. Eba does have a lead. And we'll see if Mixu can bounce back. I mean, again, it is possible to slip into a mineral line to get some kind of economic damage. Getting to his own Roach Warren. Eba, meanwhile, already beginning Roach production. So does zone Mixu away. Does zone him back. Eba, he is actually going to be committing here. I don't think he needs to. I mean, if Eba wanted to, he could just drone, could just saturate, get up to 3 bases, and just embrace Roach Tech. Instead, Eba going for an earlier move out. It is a little bit risky. Does force the third base to be evacuated. same time, Mixu does counterattack. A couple of drones going down. Mixu pushing in. And takes down the Baneling. And should shut down the third as well. Banelings are whirling into the mineral line. Oh, they're making their way in. They are denied. But the hatchery should fall. And with that, eBay, he secures his lead. He's up a base. Up in economy. Mixu gets a fly blocked. Breaking the National is going to be a little bit more difficult though. Spine Crawlers do finish up in time. But the Roach one is exposed. Lings, they bust into the mineral line. 2 more workers going down. The Roach one falls as well. And Mixu is he's just getting picked apart. Just cannot keep up. Not anymore. Not after the failed Lingbane aggression. Does come in from behind. Let's go. They're reinforcing Roaches. Mixu does hold. Does hold on. Eba, he has to back off from here. And from here, he can just drone. He can just drone, saturate. He's got his lair. Roach speed is on the way, plus on range as well. Building up his Roach army. And just getting further ahead. Mixu is just now finishing up his lair. Still trying to hold on. And again, there is a chance here, especially if Eba's overcommitted, if he moves out, if he doesn't leave it a lot at home to defend, then there is a chance for this Baneling round by, for example, to just wreak havoc and just eviscerate the mineral line. It is possible. But he's relying on Eba being distracted. Speaking of, here comes the distraction. Mixu pushing on the right. Looking to keep Eba distracted. Looks like the Banelings were cancelled, so just Ling run by. Just Lings, they go for the expansion. They're going for the hatchery. And the hatchery may go down. Up, up. Can he get it? No shot. He will. Snipes the base. Okay. I see you. Forcing him on a 2-base economy, but his 4th base is already up and running and just transfer. And Eba's already maxed out, or he's about to max. So a nice pick up here by Mixu, but alas, Eba, he has a terrifying army. Maxed out on Roach Ravager, moving out. It's literally double the Roach count. GG gets called, and Eba, he will fight back. He will put a point on the board. Let's go. GG. Has the comeback begun? Is this the beginning? As Eba, he does put a point on the board, and with that, one more game, and Eba can force the ace match, but still, he's on match point. Still, Mixu only needs 1 game to claim the entire series to qualify for the main event. Oh boy. Question becomes, what map are we loading into? Oh my god, a very old map. It's been quite some time since we've casted. It's been over a year at this point. It's hard to say. But up next, we're going to be loading into Gressvan. Oh boy. I want to say around a year. I think Gressvan was still in the map pool at the start of 2024. Maybe? It's been a while though. Has been a while. And I don't miss this map. We've cast a lot of games on Gressvan. A lot of games, man. Aye. We're back. We're back once again. Let's go. A relatively modern map, I suppose, as Gressvan, of course, was in the map pool, you know, in the current modern era of StarCraft, in the era of EPT, of ESL Pro Tour. Oh. And here we go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Gressvan, we have the Finnish Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, still leading the series 2-1, still 1 game away from claiming the entire match. It is Mixu. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Zerg player, the Red Zerg from the land of the UK, representing the Platinum Heroes down in the series, but making a series out of this nonetheless. 1 game away from forcing the ace match. It is Eba. Let's go. See Thorn in the chat. Gressvan left the map pool end of 2023, October. There you go. There you go. Not quite beginning of 2024. It's been a while. Has been a while. Hasn't been long enough. Of course, Gressvan, if you were not here a couple of years ago, this was one of the more macro-oriented maps in the map pool. we saw a lot of late game, a lot of split map scenarios here on Gressfan. The reason for this map is you can be quite secure here on 2, 3, 4, 5 bases. This was of course back in the meta of TVZ when we saw many a Terran player just fully wall up and fully just wall off here on their half of the map. A lot of late game, a lot of late game, a lot of like hour-long games here on Gressfan. But welcome to a ZVZ, so we should be seeing something quite different. I mean, even in saying that, for those that remember, this was like what, early 2023, when we casted a plethora of ZVZs on this map featuring Dark. And we also saw hour-long games, hour-long ZVZs. I'm talking Lurker Viper versus Lurker Viper. I still remember casting Dark versus Scarlet on this map during EPT Americas, the Open Cup, I should say, EPT Open Cup Americas. Dark versus Shin, Dark versus Solar as well. This was back during the time when Dark, he intentionally would play defensive, would wall up on 3 bases, tech into Lurker, and then slowly get a 4th, slowly get a 5th base, wall up with Lurker Spore into Viper, and just force the late game. And I mean, and yeah, it's many a late game on on Gress. I've been scarred, Papi. I've been scarred. Ay. We shouldn't be seeing that here, though. I don't think Mixu and Iba really want to play that style of rushing into Lurkers and walling up with Spores and Lurkers. Like, that's not what we're gonna see. I hope so, at least. But yeah, a lot of Lurker versus Lurker and a lot of Viper versus Viper on this map. Dark times. Very dark times. I think I even recall seeing Cero versus Dark on this map as well. For now, though, we have our Baliness on the way. 3rd bases as well. As we said, Lynn, a big shout out to Xlock in the chat. Baby God, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime for the first time. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoyed the content. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft. Hope you enjoy the tournament. Thank you so much here. Thank you so much. Again, we do cast StarCraft on a daily basis here on the CranKy Ducklings. Tomorrow, our next cast is going to be the Lil Cup and also Wardy TV Monday. After that, we have the Pigostorm Monday as well. After that, we have plenty of StarCraft. There's every day, plenty of StarCraft on the channel. So thank you so much. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it. As we do have a much more passive early game here. We're just settling in. We do have, oh, I say passive early game. That is a much faster lair. Much faster lair here for Mixu. Is going to be walling up, is tempted to take extra gases, plus on range is on the way. The range upgrade does throw me off a little bit. I would have assumed that this was going to be for a fast Spire. And this could still be for a fast Spire for like a light commitment into Mutas. Range tells us that we want to commit into Roach production, though. So we'll see what direction Mixu goes in. As for now, he is walling up. Lair just now beginning for Iba. And we do have Mixu taking extra gases. Show us the Spire. As we are still lacking some minerals. Mixu just fully droning up. Link Scout is denied. And so far, Mixu, yeah, he's not really taking in any committed direction here. Not yet. There we go. Roach speed is now on the way, so it's just going to be Roach. It's just going to be Roach Ravager here out of Mixu. Did cut some corners, did take up a little bit faster, but as you can see here, I mean, we spoke earlier about how macro-oriented Gressfan used to be. That's what we're seeing here. Again, just barely any aggression with Ling Bane, and just fully saturating on 3 bases. And just going straight into Roaches. Just straight into Roach play. So we're getting to Roach Ravager versus Roach Ravager. I do think that Mixu is getting here in a bit of a better position. He's going for a Nidus Worm. Okay, that I was not expecting. He's committing. Is going to be committing here. There is an Overseer into the main. There is potential for a Nidus. Likewise, Iba attempts a scout. Mixu cuts workers just under 3 base saturation. Massing out more roaches, plus on range is done. +2 range does begin. Overseer zoned away. Mixu looking for another way in. And there it is, nice worm into the main. Anyway, he does spot it, he's aware. And his army does respond. Does rally back into the main. And he should be able to hold on. Nice worm does finish, but it's going to be shut down. And he was going to hold. He deflects the main army. Does shut down the Nidus of Roaches. They do get a couple of drones in the main though. A couple of workers are going down. Likewise, Mixu going for the 4th. And boys are being pulled. And a backup Nidus does finish. And this hatchery, it's going to go down. Ah, that's going to be a kill or cancel. Was allowed to finish. Massive pickup. Hatchery falls. 9 drone kills as well. Mixu coming in from behind, getting on top of the Roaches, or getting on top of the Ravagers even. And just pulling Eva apart. With defensive advantage though, Eva, he may have enough to hold on. It just needs a little bit more time. A couple more Roaches. Spine Crawler does complete. And Eva holds. Eva, he does hold on. Does force back the army. Behind this Mixu, he hadn't expanded. He hadn't taken the 4th. +2 range just now beginning. And we're still in a pretty comparable game state. Contamination here is going to deny +2. So Mixu will have an upgrade lead. Drone counts are still neck and neck, slightly in favor of Mixu. Backup Nidus. Mixu even taking him towards Burrow. And Tunneling Claws, I would imagine. As he is moving out. Once again, going for the 4th. Overlord does spot the army. He responds. So good. And again, because how large the map is, we could end up seeing some of our players try to take into Lurker tech. So far, we're still committed to Roach Ravager. And Mixu is still being hyper aggressive. Let's see if he gets there. Nice storm goes down. Nice pick up here by Eva, catching up the army. Yeah, Mixu can't engage. No, like this. Nice stutter stepping out of Eva, catching all the Roaches. And Roaches, they get shut down. Eva takes a fight. And Mixu's in trouble. Mixu is trying to reinforce his suddenly down in army. +2, not going to factor in. Eva, he's going for the kill. He's going for the natural. Oh. Allows they connect. Eva kiting back. Ravager's almost done. And Mixu just can't properly engage. Eva peeling off a couple of Roaches, head towards a 4th. Let's go Mixu healing up. Love to see it. Eva is going to be the first to max out, but alas, his reinforcements, they take time. Doesn't quite commit. Once again, Mixu being active with those Nidus worms. Catching out Eva. Mixu is up in those upgrades. Pushing forward. Eva has to respond. This could still go either way. Both armies are maxed out. Mixu is trying to break Eva. Meanwhile, we spoke about the potential players taking up, and there it is. Hydrogen. Hydrogen is on the way forward. Mixu. He's thinking about lurkers. Speaking of, Eva going for the infestation bit, thinking about Hive Tech. So Eva's going to have access to Hive Tech and Vipers as well. Meanwhile, Mixu, faster lurkers instead. We'll see if we can get there. Now both places still maxed. Eva does get into the mineral line. Denying mining time at least. Forcing back the army. He was sneaking past. There's a lurker den on the way. Lurker den alongside the infestation bits. Now it's going to be shut down. Eva pushing in. And Eva, he hasn't seen the tech. He doesn't really know what's going on. But he does catch Mixu off guard. Oh. Has to respond. Eva pushing in, going for the fourth. Yeah, just cutting Mixu off, and drones are falling. Ooh, piles they connect. There's some brutal connections here on Mixu. And he's just being torn apart. Roaches, they get into the middle lines, the third base and the fourth as well. Workers are falling. And Mixu just can't keep up. The bases are going down. And before Mixu can get into lurkers, Eva, he's popping off, takes down the fourth. Doesn't quite get the third, but it's barely standing. Oh my god, once again, takes the mouse to the face. He takes them. And both armies are still maxed out, but Eva has a bank. Eva has a bank, and Mixu less so. Hydra's now in the mix. Speaking of, Lurker Den also on the way for Eva. Both players taking the same direction. We're getting there. Eva, he counterattacks, takes down the base. Third base falls. Mixu is stuck on 2 bases. Barely an economy. He's committed. He is committed at this point. But he can't push in. Takes down the fourth. Has to back up. Gonna try to force a fight. Eva wasn't quite expecting this. The rest of the army out of position. Does respond. Roaches, they slip into the natural. More drones going down. Makes it his turn to be active. He does hit the center base. He at least tries to. Eva, he's ready for him. And Eva just getting further and further ahead here in the supply. Catching out more roaches. Mixu going for non-stop run-bys. Just trying to buy time for lurkers. Lurker production has begun for Mixu. There it is, 7 lurkers on the way. Now the reality is, here in ZVZ, you can be down like 30 supply, 30, 40 supply. And if you have lurkers, if your opponent does not, you can still take a fight. You can take a fight, you can swing things in your favor. But Eva's getting his own lurkers. Wait, we're getting there. Lurker versus lurker. Oh no! It was foretold. Not like this. Welcome to Gressvan. Ah. The Lunker's back. They're here. Oh, we're gonna be here for a while. We're gonna as Mixu is resaturating, at least trying to, double expanding. The lurker count is building up. Vipers on the way. No Vipers for Eva yet. Eva is being somewhat active. But again, over time, the lurker count is getting higher and higher. That makes it more difficult to be aggressive. Eva pushing in. But for the most part, Mixu should be fine. Yeah, he's keeping up with his lurkers. He has lurkers to defend at his third. Lurkers here on the front lines as well. Eva does force his way in with his own lurkers, though. Does push forward. Detection is available. And Mixu, he defends. Yeah, he forces back the army. Oh my god. On both sides. There's a blinding cloud. And Mixu is shutting Eva down. Eva extending. The lurkers do fall. And Mixu's holding. Again, the defense advantage is just so big here. With Vipers, with lurkers. Mixu holds. Mixu, he's recovering. The drone counts are neck and neck. Likewise, lurker count as well. Eva is going to be headed in tech, though. At least he does have +3. And he has extra Vipers. 3 versus 2. But Mixu's had enough defending. He's pushing. He can try to threaten the center expansion. Nida Swarm across the map. Let's go. Nidus is on the way, and eBay, he doesn't notice. He doesn't respond. And what's in the Nidus? A couple of roaches, a couple of lurkers as well. They do pop out. Eba racing back home. He was out of position. Likewise, Mixu pushing right down mid, push towards a third. Eba getting torn apart here. Okay, the base is going to go down, or at least it should. Oh, nice abductions. Nice yoinks. Base does fall. Mixu, he sticks around too long. Ice will lose his army. Yeah, everything is going to be falling down to 2 lurkers. And Eba, he takes the fight. Nice, and the Mango cleans up. And Eba, he shuts down Mixu. And we're going to game 3. So we're going to game 5. It's happening. GG gets called. We're going to the ace match. And Eba, he fights back. We're going all the way to that final game of the series. Let's go. GG. GG, well played. Again, we got to experience somewhat lurker versus lurker. Alas, Mixu, he did throw away a little bit too much there towards the end, going for just mass counterattacks. Nidus roam towards the 4th base, main push towards the center, but alas, he just ran into a main army, he lost everything, and Mixu had no bank. He had no bank to rebuild, so those losses were brutal. He couldn't quite afford them, and now we're going all the way to the ace match. Oh boy. We're going all the way to game 5. Eba with the reverse sweep, potentially. Momentum is on Eba's side. But I feel like a lot of this will come down to the map itself. You know, some of these maps, I mean, we saw maps like Whispers of Gold, which are more aggressive. We saw Non-Stop All-Ins. Likewise, Aggressfan, known for its macro play. That's what we saw as well. Here we're going to be loading into Ley Lines. Interesting. Ley Lines is one of the more standard maps in the map pool. Is one of the more standard maps. What I mean by that, I mean it has its own distinct features, is quite defendable on 4 bases, has certain choke points, or certain ramps I should say, coming in towards a 3rd location, so a little bit more defendable, but the rush distance by ground is also relatively short compared to, you know, your King's Cove, your Abyssal Reef, your Neo-Violet Square, your Frostline. Technically one of the smaller maps in the map pool, but here we go. We are loading in, and spawning in the top right hand corner of Ley Lines, we have the Finnish Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing himself, representing Lem. It is Mixu. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the Red Zerg player from the land of the UK, representing the Platinum Heroes, bringing us all the way to the ace match. Can he bring it home? It is Eba. Let's go. Eba versus Mixu. Mixu, he initially had a lot of momentum on his side, able to take the lead here in this series 2-0, but has since slipped through his fingers, now being forced into the ace match. It's a battle of stamina, a battle of fortitude. Let's go. How does the story end? Welcome one and all to Ley Lines, and also a big shout out to SC2 Fool in the chat. Gah, papi. Hello, Monsieur Jaime Sausage, papi. Oh my god. Good to see you, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. And welcome to the ace match, the final game of the final series of the final broadcast of the day. Welcome, papi, welcome to the finale, to the climax. Let's go. As we are going to be opening up in a standard fashion. Hatch gas pool. We have the initial extractor trick as well. Outside of that, we are settling in. Just in time. Exactly. So we find ourselves on Ley Lines. Again, as we were mentioning, we do have a ramp coming into the 3rd base, so the 3rd base is a little more defendable. Likewise, the 4th base as well. This location can be abused, especially from the low ground in certain matchups. In ZVZ, a little bit less so. So we can see a more secure 4-base setup. Counterattacks do hit a little bit faster, or much faster compared to Aggressfan, for example, on this map as well. Can be more active, can be more aggressive. And we'll see where we head. But thank you, SC2 Fool. Thank you. We literally have a stream every day this month. I mean, that's usually the case, right? Like, I guess December was different. We did take Christmas Day off and Christmas Eve. True. Yeah. Always casting StarCraft. As we have our Baliness on the way for Mixu, takes a third. Likewise, Eba doing the same. So far, mirrored builds. Nothing out of the norm yet. So we are just saturating our bases. We'll keep an eye on any kind of Ling aggression. There it is. We have 10 Lings on the way for Mixu. Mixu is going to be the initial aggressor. And we'll see what he can get done. As he's hiding those Banelings to morph in. Or the Lings to morph into Banelings. Ideally, while he distracts with his Lings, he's able to slip into the mineral line with those Banelings. And get some damage done. There they are. Banelings are morphing in. 2 towards the left. And another 2 towards the right. Mixu does threaten the base. Getting on top of the third. Distracting Eba. At least trying to. Lings, they do slip into the mineral line. Up. Banelings, they have arrived. Oh, no major connections yet. They do get into the mineral line. And they do graze some of these drones. But for the most part, Mixu should defend. Oof. As 3 drones do go down, sorry, Eba should defend. 3 workers do fall. Banelings crash into Banelings. No major connections on Lings. But Eba, he does bleed out 6 drones here at the natural. Ay. With that, Mixu does take a lead. Mixu does take a worker lead. So far, so good. The aggression was successful. And now it is on Eba to counterattack. So far, still trying to keep up. Still trying to hold on. Both players joining up. Mixu, he does enjoy himself an economic lead. Lair is now on the way. Roach Warren for Eba. And we're just taking up. Getting into the Roach phase of ZVZ. Oof. But Mixu has actually a terrifying worker advantage. He's got 50 drones to the sub 40 of Eba. Ay. And he was not really set up for a counterattack. So from here, both players just saturating, just droning up. Another Link slips in. And we'll see if Eba can recover, because as things stand, Mixu is just going to be able to enjoy just a better economy, into a larger army, into a mass amount of roaches. Oh, even actually taking into a Spire. Risky maneuver here out of Mixu. It's quite risky. As another Baneling goes down. At this point, Eba might just be forced to die. As another Baneling goes... The Banelings, they just keep getting picked off. Not like this. And Eba, he might just go for an all-in at this point. He might just deny it, just avoid droning up this third base, avoid taking gases. You can see here, Eba, he's undersaturated at the natural. He shows drones here at the third to make it look like he's macroing when he's not. It's an all-in. Just straight up all-in here by Eba. It's all or nothing. Spine Crawler's on the way. Mixu, he is massing roaches. Is taking into a Spire, but thankfully he's not banking up. He's not banking up for the mutas. We'll see if Eba can pull this off. Mixu is ready for him. Is getting ready in time. Baneling's ahead for the mineral line. Mixu, he evacuates. Does get away in time. The Banelings, they crumble. From here, Spine Crawlers are finishing up. And Mixu has a defender's advantage. From here, he can pull the Voids if need be. Queens, they have bad DPS, and Mixu holds. Mixu doesn't just hold, he has mutas as well. Mutas are on the way. And Eba, he had to do more damage there. From here, Eba, he's still not droning, still not saturating. Still only 8 workers here at the natural. Just pure Ling Roach Ravager. And again, the hope would be that Mixu over drones. He did drone, but still fine. Mutas have arrived. I mean, there's no good answer. Ah, no. And Eba, he has to commit. It's all or nothing. The Mutas, they will eventually clean all of this up. Lings are forced to engage. Miles, they don't quite connect. And Mixu, he will just overwhelm. He shuts down the Lings, shuts down the Roaches. The Ravagers fall, and there's just nothing left here for Eba. GG gets called, and Mixu, he will take the series 3-2, becoming the third player, the final player to qualify for the OSC Season 12 Championship. GG. GG, well played. Mixu, he will claim the series. Congratulations. My condolences to Eba. Went all the way to the ace match. It did go the distance. But alas, here in that final game, Mixu, he was able to take a lead early on, able to cripple the economy, and Eba was forced into an all-in. Unfortunately for Eba, Mixu, he had gotten away with droning up quite heavily in the aftermath, and of course, settling into more roaches. GG. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Mixu. Not just Mixu, of course. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. Congratulations to Mixu. Congratulations to, of course, Arcfire and Mana, as the top 3 players do make it through into the main event. Congratulations. Likewise, I believe... Oh, my apologies. I assumed there were only 4 brackets here for the qualifier. This was the top 3, the final 3 players to make it through bracket D, but there is actually another qualifier as well, bracket E. So my apologies, as I was exclaiming that that was the final chance for players to make it through, but I believe there is one more qualifier where top 2 make it into the main event. Oh boy. And that is going to be tomorrow. So best of luck to all the competitors here. For those that did not make it into the main event, there's still one big one, of course, Spirit. If you remember, Spirit went down very early in the bracket, and he is favored to be a part of the event and make it deep in the event as well. We'll see if he can make it through. We'll see. I'm sure there are many other competitors that are going to be a part of that as well. Best of luck to all of them, of course. Who do I see sign up? I see Spirit. I see Trigger. Is Trigger not a part of the finals? No shot. No shot. So I'm just checking the qualified players. So far, who has made it through? We have Solar and Mixu as the 2 Zerg players. We have Baby Marine as a Terran. And we have a plethora of Protoss here. Arcfire, Mana, Lemon, DNS, Jumi, Art, Night Phoenix making it through as well. Very impressive, very impressive. And I believe the main event has players seeded into it as well. These are just the qualifiers, but there are many more that are part of the main event itself. And yeah, Trigger is not a part of it, so best of luck to Trigger, as I'm sure he's going to be playing in that final qualifier as well. Best of luck. It's a big bracket. It's a lot of players. it's a lot of players getting involved. And best of luck to all those covering this event as well. I know it's a very large event, and typically a lot of the community casters get involved together, whether it's Wardy, Steadfast, Dave Testa, Chicken Man, or ourselves. Do check out the respective channels that the event is going to be a part of, and yeah, best of luck. Best of luck to all the competitors, best of luck to all the coverage, and I hope you all enjoy the OSC Championship. As for those that are curious, what even is the OSC Championship? It is essentially almost like the World Finals for online tournaments. OSC Esports, they do partner with almost every online event. They provide OSC points throughout the course of the year, and it all leads towards that end of year finals where players are invited, they're seeded in based on their points accumulated throughout the course of the year, and they face off in the championship. So again, it is kind of like you know, your end of year finals for online tournaments. Oh, not including the offline events like your IEMs or your DreamHacks or EWCs, for example. And yeah, with that, GG, well played. It's going to be an amazing event, I'm sure. Again, it's got some top tier competitors like Clem, like MaxPax, Björn, Cure as well, Dark, Shin, Solar, Hero, Classic, the best of the best. Skillers, the best of the best are all going to be facing off in this event, which is also why this final qualifier is going to be an important one for players like Spirit, for players like Trigger, for these big names that aren't the most active in these online tournaments that still have to make their way into this event. So best of luck. Best of luck to those competitors. Best of luck. Oh, as it's been quite a day. It's been quite a day, papi. Ay. GG, well played. Oh, I should also switch the scenes over here and catch up on our schedule. As you can see, I mean, its schedule is for the previous week, but regardless, still applicable. Our next broadcast on the channel is going to be at 9 p.m. KST. In under 24 hours, we're going to be live with the Wardy TV Monday. I should emphasize though, technically we're first going to be live with the Leo League Cup Group A first. Once we wrap up with Group A, or with the initial Leo League Cup, then we're going to be following it up with the Wardy TV Monday broadcast. So back-to-back 2 broadcasts tomorrow, followed by the Pigastore Monday as well. We have some Homestead Cup replay coverage. We have the rest of our regular scheduled events. I believe we have KSL this week, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just double check. But plenty of content here on the CranKy Ducklings, as always. Yeah, Homestead Cup. Oh, Elite League, of course. Elite League is going to be on Wednesday. We have the Pondcast. We have Massive Coliseum over the weekend. Yep, KSL is this weekend as well. That's a lot of StarCraft. A lot of content here on the channel. So if you're interested, you can help support us. You can help follow us, of course, on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. All things CranKy Ducklings, as I quickly post in the chat. We do post whenever we go live. Likewise, you can also support us as well. Likewise, you can also support us as well via subscribing, via being a part of our Patreon as well. You can see it under, I believe, Eva's name. Yeah, you can see it under Eva's name. Our current goal on Patreon and how much we do earn per month. All the money on Patreon goes towards our tournaments. It all goes towards the events that we hold and the events that we host. And we're hoping to try to reach our next goal to boost the prize pool even further and pay out top 4. Currently, our tournaments are very top heavy. They're top 2. But if we can reach our next goal, then we can pay out top 4 as well. So yeah, if you want to support us, if you want to support the scene, if you want to support StarCraft, you can do so via Patreon. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. Thanks so much for tuning in. We do appreciate it. Do appreciate it. Just catching up. 18 Protoss, 6 Terrans, and 6 Zergs. Perfectly balanced. True. Kappa. Days off? Slacker. We don't have any days off here this month, unfortunately. Last month we did. We took off Christmas Day and Christmas Eve. 2 days off last month. 2 days off. Too many days off, clearly. Too many. But yeah, with that, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. We do appreciate it. Stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Who is live at the moment? Who is live? Who can we send everyone over to? Let's find out. I see Bomyoja is streaming. Who else? Big Gabe is streaming as well. Let's go. We got Bomyoja, we got Big Gabe. Hub Cup. Oh, right. Hub Cup number 3 is going on. Of course it is. The StarCraft doesn't end, Bobby. Doesn't end. Smile is playing Majora's Mask. We have Dave covering Hub Cup as well. Yeah. We'll send people over. Send them over. I think the Hub Cup just began, actually. Technically, we could cast that as well, technically, but I'm gonna go get some sleep. I'm gonna go get some rest, Pappy. I'm good. Aye. It's been a long day. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. We do appreciate it. And we'll see you guys next time. We'll see you guys for our next broadcast tomorrow in less than 24 hours. Until then, thanks for watching. Until next time. Ciao. Bye. Ciao. See you next time. Thanks for watching.